Tonight, my friends, we're exploring the gentle life and legacy of Musashi Miyamoto. Think of this as the story your history teacher never told you, the one where even legendary samurai had to figure out basic things like where to sleep and what to eat for dinner. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights low, grab your blanket and let's start, shall we? You know how some kids collect baseball cards or spend hours perfecting their video game scores? Well, young Musashi collected bruises and spent his time perfecting the art of hitting things with sticks. Born around 1584 in a small village that probably had more rice paddies than people, Musashi didn't exactly have what you'd call a traditional childhood. Picture this. While other 7-year-olds were learning their letters, Musashi was already convinced that wooden swords were far more captivating than books. His father, Munisai, was a respected martial artist, which meant their household conversations probably went something like, "Pass the rice," and "Oh, remember to keep your guard up during dinner." The funny thing about Musashi's early years is that he wasn't born some sort of sword-swinging prodigy. He was more like that kid in your neighbourhood who practiced basketball shots in their driveway until their parents had to drag them inside for dinner. Except instead of basketball, it was swordplay, and instead of a driveway, it was anywhere he could find space to swing a piece of wood without breaking something valuable. When Musashi turned 13, something shifted in his world like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. He decided he was ready for his first real duel. It was not a practice session with wooden swords, nor a friendly sparring match, but an actual, honest-to-goodness duel with a grown man named Armstrong. Now, you might be thinking this sounds like a terrible idea, and you'd be absolutely right. But Musashi had that particular brand of teenage confidence that makes you believe you can conquer the world armed with nothing but determination and a powerful stick. The duel took place in front of what was probably the entire village population. All 47 people, including Mrs. Tanaka's chickens. Armstrong, being a reasonable adult, likely expected this to be over quickly. After all, what could a 13-year-old boy possibly do against someone with years of experience? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. Musashi won that duel, not through some mystical samurai magic, but through pure, stubborn determination and what was probably the first glimpse of his unconventional thinking. While Kihei followed all the traditional forms and expected moves, young Musashi fought like someone who hadn't read the rulebook, mainly because he hadn't. This victory did something important. It taught Musashi that sometimes the best way to win isn't to do what everyone expects you to do. It's a lesson that would follow him like a faithful dog for the rest of his life, though it would take him decades to fully understand what it meant. After this first taste of success, Musashi developed what you might call an addiction to proving himself. He began seeking out opponents the way some people seek out good restaurants, with enthusiasm and a willingness to travel considerable distances. His teenage years became a series of challenges, duels and victories that built his reputation one wooden sword strike at a time. But here's where the story gets interesting in that quiet human way that makes legends more relatable. Despite his growing reputation, Musashi was still just a kid trying to figure out his place in the world. He'd win these duels and then probably wonder what to do next, like finishing a really challenging puzzle and realizing you still have to find somewhere to put it. By the time Musashi reached his late teens, he had developed what modern people might call wanderlust, though his version involved significantly more sword fighting than your typical gap year. He decided to embark on what he called his warrior pilgrimage, basically a cross-country tour of Japan where the main attractions were people who wanted to fight him. Imagine being 20 years old and deciding your career path involves walking from town to town, asking if anyone wants to have a sword fight. It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but for Musashi this made perfect sense. He was like a travelling salesman, except instead of selling vacuum cleaners, he was selling the opportunity to test your sword skills against someone who had never lost a duel. During these travels, Musashi began developing his famous two-sword technique. Most samurai used one sword, following centuries of tradition and training. But Musashi looked at this situation and thought, you know what might be better than one sword? Two swords. It was the kind of logic that probably made traditional swordmasters shake their heads, but it worked. The thing about fighting with two swords is that it's incredibly difficult. It's like trying to write your name with both hands simultaneously while riding a bicycle. Most people who attempted it ended up looking like they were conducting a very violent orchestra where all the musicians were playing different songs. But Musashi had that rare combination of natural ambidexterity and stubborn refusal to accept that something was impossible just because it was really difficult. His two-sword style wasn't just about having more weapons, it was about confusing his opponents. When you've trained your entire life to fight against someone with one sword, suddenly facing someone with two is like showing up to a chess match and discovering your opponent is playing three-dimensional chess while juggling. Your brain takes a moment to recalibrate, and in sword fighting, a moment is often all your opponent needs. But Musashi's travels weren't all successful duels and growing fame. There were plenty of nights when he slept under bridges, mornings when he woke up hungry, and days when he walked for hours without finding anyone interested in testing their skills against a wandering swordsman. Fame doesn't pay for in-rooms or meals, and Musashi learned that being legendary doesn't automatically make you wealthy. These lean times taught him resourcefulness that would serve him well later. He learned to find food in places where others might starve, to create shelter from materials that others would overlook, and to entertain himself during long, solitary walks across the Japanese countryside. He became someone who could be content with very little, as long as that little included the opportunity to perfect his craft. During one particularly memorable period, Musashi spent several months in the mountains, not because he was on some spiritual quest, but because he'd gotten thoroughly lost after a duel and was too proud to ask for directions. He later claimed this time of solitude was crucial to his development as a warrior, which is probably true, though it started as a simple case of poor navigation skills. The mountain experience taught him patience in a way that formal training never could. When you're alone with your thoughts for months, carrying only your swords and whatever food you can find or catch, you learn to slow down. You start noticing things like the way morning light moves across valley floors, or how the sound of your footsteps changes depending on whether you're walking on rocks or pine needles. When Musashi was around 21, he heard about someone named Sasaki Kojiro, who was considered one of the finest swordsmen in Japan. Kojiro was famous for his technique called Tsubame Geishi, or swallow cut, which could supposedly cut down a swallow in flight. Whether or not he actually performed this feat is debatable, but it made for excellent marketing in the world of professional sword fighting. Kojiro was everything Musashi wasn't. Refined, traditionally trained and employed by a powerful clan with a steady income. He was like the difference between a classically trained pianist performing at Carnegie Hall and a street musician who learned to play by ear. Both might be incredibly talented, but they represent completely different approaches to their craft. The challenge was arranged to take place on Ganryu Island, a small piece of land in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu. The choice of location was significant. Islands have a way of making everything feel more final. There's something about being surrounded by water that suggests this isn't the kind of appointment you can simply walk away from if you change your mind. On the morning of the duel, Kojiro arrived precisely on time, as any properly trained samurai would. He was immaculately dressed, his sword was perfectly maintained, and he probably had the kind of confidence that comes from years of structured training and consistent victories. He was ready for what he undoubtedly expected to be another successful defense of his reputation. Musashi, on the other hand, was late. Not fashionably late, not strategically late, but genuinely problematically late. He had overslept. Here was one of the most important duels of his career, against one of Japan's most skilled swordsmen, and Musashi had somehow managed to sleep through what was essentially his job interview. When he finally arrived, rowing a small boat to the island, Kojiro had been waiting for hours. If you've ever been stood up for an important meeting, you can imagine Kojiro's state of mind. Except instead of rescheduling a business lunch, he was waiting to fight for his reputation and possibly his life. But here's where Musashi's unconventional thinking showed itself again. During his boat ride to the island, instead of panicking about being late or worrying about the duel ahead, he had used the time to carve a wooden sword from one of the boat's oars, not because his regular swords were inadequate, but because he had realized something. Kojiro's sword was longer than his own, which gave Kojiro a reach advantage. The wooden sword Musashi carved was longer than Kojiro's steel blade, neutralizing that advantage. It was practical problem-solving disguised as either confidence or disrespect, depending on your perspective. Kojiro probably saw it as an insult. Showing up late and then fighting with a piece of boat seemed like the ultimate dismissal of his skills and status. The duel itself was brief, as most real sword fights were. Despite what movies suggest, skilled swordsmen don't engage in lengthy, choreographed battles. They circle each other, looking for an opening, and when that opening appears, the contest is usually decided in moments. Musashi won, but the victory came at a cost that would follow him for years. Kojiro was not just defeated, He died on that island. For all of Musashi's previous duels, death had been a possibility, but this was the first time that possibility became reality in such a definitive way. The aftermath of the duel marked a turning point in Musashi's life. He had proven himself against one of Japan's most respected swordsmen, but the victory felt different from his previous wins. There's a weight to taking someone's life that changes you, even when it happens in the context of an agreed-upon duel between skilled opponents. After the duel with Kojiro, something shifted in Musashi's approach to life. He didn't immediately retire or give up sword fighting, but he began to think more deeply about what it meant to be truly skilled. It's like the difference between someone who can run fast and someone who understands the art of running. Technique versus mastery. Musashi began studying things that had nothing to do with sword fighting. Painting, calligraphy, sculpture and poetry. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a strange career pivot for someone who had built his reputation on being outstanding at sword combat. But Musashi was beginning to understand something that many specialists never grasp. Excellence in one area often comes from understanding principles that apply across multiple disciplines. When he picked up a brush to paint, he discovered that the control and precision required was similar to sword work, but the patience needed was entirely different. You can't rush a painting the way you might rush a sword strike. Each brush stroke has to be deliberate, considered, and committed to once it touches the paper. It taught him about permanence in a way that sword fighting, which is all about split-second decisions, never could. His calligraphy practice became almost meditative. The repetitive nature of forming characters and the focus required to make each stroke both beautiful and readable gave him a different kind of discipline. It was like strength training for his mind, building muscles he didn't know he needed. During this period, Musashi also began developing his thoughts about strategy and technique into what would eventually become his famous book, The Book of Five Rings. But that was still years away. At this point, he was simply a man who had realized that being the best sword fighter wasn't just about being good with swords. It was about understanding how excellence worked in general. He started accepting students, which presented an intriguing challenge. How do you teach someone to think unconventionally? How do you impart knowledge gained from years of trial and error, from sleeping under bridges and getting lost in mountains? Traditional martial arts schools had curricular and structured lessons, but Musashi's approach was more like, let me show you some things I've figured out, and then you can figure out how to make them work for you. His teaching style was probably frustrating for students who wanted clear step-by-step instructions. Instead of saying, hold your sword like this, he might say, find the way that feels like an extension of your arm, and then watch while his students struggled to interpret what that meant. But for the students who understood this approach, it was probably incredibly liberating. One of the most important things Musashi learned during this period was the art of not fighting. For someone whose career hinged on combat excellence, this may seem contradictory, but it's actually an essential skill. Knowing when not to engage, when to walk away, and when to let someone else prove their point without making it your problem. These are advanced techniques that require just as much mastery as any sword movement. He began to understand that true strength often looks like doing nothing at all. When you're confident in your abilities, you don't need to constantly prove them. You can let smaller challenges pass by without feeling diminished, saving your energy for situations that truly matter. By his 30s, Musashi had developed into something rare, a warrior who was equally skilled as an artist. He wasn't just dabbling in painting and sculpture as hobbies, he was approaching them with the same intensity and dedication he had brought to swords fighting. His paintings, particularly his bird and flower studies, showed a sensitivity and attention to detail that might surprise people who only knew his reputation as a duelist. There's something beautiful about watching someone apply warrior discipline to creating art. The same focus that allowed Musashi to analyze an opponent's stance in combat helped him observe the way morning light fell across a crane's wing. The patience he had developed through years of training enabled him to wait for the perfect moment to make a brush stroke, just as he had waited for the perfect moment to strike in duels. His sculptures were particularly captivating because they required a completely different kind of physical engagement. Instead of the quick, decisive movements of sword fighting, sculpture demanded sustained effort over long periods. You might spend days carefully removing tiny bits of wood or stone, making gradual progress toward your vision. It was like the difference between sprinting and marathon running. Both require athleticism, but they develop different kinds of endurance. During this period, Musashi also began to write more seriously about his understanding of strategy and combat. But unlike many martial arts treatises, which focused on specific techniques or traditional forms, Musashi's writing was more philosophical. He was trying to capture the thinking behind effective action, rather than just describing the actions themselves. He developed what he called the way of strategy, which was essentially a comprehensive approach to conflict resolution that could apply to anything from sword fighting to business negotiations to personal relationships. Preparation, understanding, and psychological positioning determine the outcome of most conflicts before the physical confrontation even starts. One of his most important insights was about timing. In sword fighting, timing isn't just about moving fast, it's about moving at exactly the right moment. Too early, and you reveal your intentions before your opponent is vulnerable. If you act too late, you will completely miss your opportunity. This principle, Musashi realized, applied to almost everything in life. He also wrote about what he called the spirit of the thing itself, which was his way of describing the importance of understanding the essential nature of whatever you're dealing with. Whether you're fighting an opponent, painting a landscape, or trying to solve a problem, success comes from seeing clearly what's actually happening, rather than what you think should be happening, or what happened in similar situations before. His students during this period included not just aspiring swordsmen, but also artists, craftsmen, and even merchants who wanted to understand his approach to strategy. Musashi had begun to attract people who were less interested in learning to fight, and more interested in learning to think clearly under pressure. Teaching changed Musashi in ways he probably didn't expect. When you have to explain something to another person, you discover gaps in your understanding that you didn't know existed. Students ask questions that force you to examine assumptions you've never questioned, and their mistakes help you see problems from entirely new angles. Musashi found that his best students weren't necessarily the most naturally talented ones. Often, they were the ones who struggled with traditional approaches and had to find their ways of making techniques work. These students forced him to think more creatively about instruction, to discover new ways of explaining concepts that he had internalized so thoroughly that he barely thought about them anymore. One of the challenges of teaching unconventional methods is that they don't translate easily into rules and procedures. Traditional martial arts schools could give students a clear progression: learn this stance, then this movement, then this combination, and so on. But Musashi's approach was more like jazz improvisation than classical music. There were underlying principles, but the expression had to be personal and spontaneous. He began to develop teaching methods that were more about creating conditions for discovery than about direct instruction. Instead of showing students exactly how to hold their swords, he might offer them a series of exercises that would naturally lead them to discover effective grips on their own. It was slower than traditional instruction, but it produced students who truly understood what they were doing, rather than just copying movements. During this period, Musashi also began to understand the importance of what modern people might call work-life balance, though he wouldn't have used that terminology. He realized that constant intensity, whether in training or in teaching, was ultimately counterproductive. Excellence required periods of rest and reflection, times when you weren't actively trying to improve, but were simply maintaining what you had already achieved. He started incorporating more variety into his daily routines. A morning might include sword practice, followed by painting, writing, then a long walk with no particular destination. This wasn't procrastination or lack of focus. It was a recognition that different types of thinking required different mental states, and creativity often emerged from the spaces between focused activities. During this period, his reputation shifted from being seen as a dangerous duelist to a wise teacher, although he remained fully capable of being the former when circumstances required it. People started seeking him out not because they wanted to challenge him, but because they wanted to learn from him. It was a more sustainable way to live, and probably much better for his long-term stress levels. As Musashi entered his later years, he began working on what would become his most lasting contribution to the world, the Book of 5 Rings. But calling it a book about sword fighting is like calling Moby Dick a book about whaling. Technically accurate, but missing most of the point. The 5 rings, ground, water, fire, wind, and void, weren't just different sword-fighting techniques. They were different ways of approaching any challenge, different modes of thinking that could be applied to everything from military strategy to personal relationships to artistic creation. The ground ring was about fundamentals, the basic principles that everything else was built on. Musashi had learned that you couldn't build lasting excellence on shaky foundations, whether you were learning sword fighting or trying to run a business. Most people wanted to skip the boring foundational work and jump straight to the advanced techniques. but Musashi had seen too many promising students fail because they hadn't mastered the basics. The water ring was about adaptability, flowing around obstacles rather than trying to smash through them. Water always finds a way to its destination, whether that means going around a rock or wearing through it over time. Musashi learned this lesson through years of encountering opponents who were stronger, faster, or better trained than he was, and finding ways to win anyway. The firing was about intensity and decisive action. There are moments when gradual progress isn't enough, when you need to commit everything you have to a single effort. But the trick is knowing when those moments are. Use fire tactics too often, and you burn out. If they are used too infrequently, important opportunities may be missed. The wind ring was about understanding what others were doing, seeing clearly without being distracted by your preferences or expectations. Most conflicts are lost because people fight against what they think their opponent is doing, rather than what their opponent is actually doing. This requires a kind of mental emptiness that most people find uncomfortable. You have to set aside your plans and reactions long enough to really see what's happening. The void ring was the most difficult to explain, because it was about the space between techniques, the pause between thoughts, and the moment of potential before action. It was what happened when you stopped trying to control everything and allowed your training and intuition to guide you. Writing these ideas down was probably one of the most challenging things Musashi had ever done. He had spent decades developing these insights through direct experience, learning them in his muscles and bones before he understood them intellectually. Translating that kind of embodied knowledge into words was like trying to describe the taste of water to someone who had never been thirsty. In his final years, Musashi retreated to a cave in the mountains near Kumamoto to complete his writing and reflect on his life's work. This wasn't the dramatic hermit withdrawal that popular culture sometimes portrays, but more like the decision of a senior professor to take a sabbatical to write the book he had been contemplating for decades. The cave provided the kind of uninterrupted solitude that's almost impossible to find in normal life. No students asking questions, no visitors wanting to test their skills against his reputation, and no daily obligations beyond the basic requirements of staying alive. It was like having a completely clear desk for the first time in years, where you can finally focus on the projects that matter most. In this setting, Musashi completed not just the Book of Five Rings, but also a work called Dokodo, or The Way of Walking Alone. This was a much shorter piece consisting of 21 principles for self-reliant living. Reading it today, it sounds remarkably modern in some ways. Advice about not depending on others for your happiness, not accumulating unnecessary possessions, and treating all things with respect but not attachment. But The Way of Walking Alone wasn't a guide to hermit living or antisocial behaviour. It was more about psychological independence, the ability to remain centred and purposeful, regardless of external circumstances. Musashi had learned through decades of wandering that your inner state was the only thing you could truly control, and that everything else was essentially weather. Sometimes pleasant, sometimes difficult, but always temporary. During his cave years, Musashi also created some of his most celebrated artwork. Without the distractions of teaching or the pressure of maintaining his reputation, he could paint purely for the joy of capturing something beautiful. His late paintings have a quality of serene confidence that's different from his earlier work. The brushstrokes are more economical, but somehow more expressive, like someone who has learned to say more with less. The mountain setting probably influenced his art as well. When you're surrounded by the same landscape day after day, you begin to see it in incredible detail. The way shadows move across rock faces throughout the day, the subtle differences in how pine trees respond to wind, the dozens of different sounds that mountain silence contains. This kind of intimate observation shows up in the precision and sensitivity of his late paintings. Musashi died in 1645, at the age of about 61, having never lost a duel, and having created a body of work that would influence people for centuries. But perhaps his most interesting legacy isn't his undefeated record, or even his artistic achievements. It's the example he set of someone who refused to be limited by conventional categories. In a society that valued specialization and clearly defined roles, Musashi insisted on being both a warrior and an artist, a teacher and a student, and a man of action and a philosopher. He proved that excellence in one area doesn't require ignorance of others, and that the deepest understanding often comes from seeing connections between seemingly unrelated disciplines. His approach to learning was particularly revolutionary for its time. Instead of accepting traditional methods simply because they were traditional, Musashi tested everything against his own experience and kept only what actually worked. This wasn't disrespect for tradition. It was a deeper respect for the principles that made traditions valuable in the first place. Modern readers often find Musashi's writing surprisingly relevant, not because sword fighting has made a comeback, but because his insights about strategy, timing, and clear thinking apply to contemporary challenges. Whether you're dealing with a difficult work situation, trying to master a new skill, or simply attempting to live with greater purpose and effectiveness, Musashi's principles offer practical guidance. His life also demonstrates something important about the relationship between discipline and cruelty. Rather than stifling imagination, Musashi's rigorous training in martial arts seemed to enhance his artistic abilities. The same attention to detail that made him a formidable swordsman made him a sensitive painter. The patience required for mastering combat techniques transfers to the patience needed for creating beautiful calligraphy. Most importantly, Musashi demonstrated that one can fully commit to excellence without becoming rigid or closed-minded. He remained curious and experimental throughout his life, always willing to reconsider his assumptions and try new approaches. This combination of dedication and flexibility is rare, and it's probably what allowed him to continue growing and improving well into his later years. As we come to the end of Musashi's story, it's worth considering what this man from 4 centuries ago might teach us about living well in our time. His life offers several lessons that transcend the specific circumstances of medieval Japan. First, there's the importance of developing your own approach rather than simply copying what others do. Musashi's two-sword technique worked for him not because it was inherently superior to single-sword fighting, but because it matched his particular strengths and way of thinking. In your life, the most effective solutions are often the ones you develop for yourself, based on your unique combination of abilities and circumstances. Second, Musashi demonstrates the value of cross-training between different disciplines. His martial arts informed his art informed his writing, and his writing clarified his understanding of martial arts. In our age of hyper-specialization, there's something refreshing about someone who refused to stay in a single lane, who understood that breadth of experience could deepen rather than dilute expertise. Third, his willingness to start over and keep learning throughout his life is particularly relevant. Musashi did not reach his peak in his 20s and then rely solely on his reputation. He continued taking on new challenges, developing new skills, and refining his understanding well into his 60s. In a world where careers increasingly require constant adaptation and lifelong learning, Musashi's example is both inspiring and practical. There's also his approach to dealing with failure and uncertainty. Musashi made mistakes. He got lost in mountains, overslept on the day of important duels, and probably had plenty of moments when he questioned his life choices. But he seemed to treat these setbacks as information rather than disasters, using them to adjust his approach rather than as reasons to give up. His later focus on teaching and writing suggests something important about how to create lasting value. Physical accomplishments, no matter how impressive, are ultimately temporary. However, your ideas, insights, and influence on others can endure long after your passing. Musashi's dueling record is historically intriguing, but his books are still helping people solve problems today. Finally, there's his integration of action and reflection, his ability to be both a doer and a thinker. Too often, we divide the world into people who act and people who contemplate, as if these were mutually exclusive approaches to life. Musashi showed that the most effective people often combine both. They're willing to jump into challenges and take risks, but they also spend time thinking deeply about what they've learned and how they can improve. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps there's something comforting in the story of Musashi Miyamoto, not the fearsome duelist of legend, but the more human figure we've explored together. A man who started as a boy swinging sticks with unusual enthusiasm, who spent years walking the roads of Japan looking for worthy opponents, and who eventually learned that the most important battles are often the ones we fight with ourselves. Musashi's life serves as a reminder that growth is rarely linear. He had periods of intense activity and periods of quiet reflection, times when he pushed himself to his limits, and times when he stepped back to consolidate what he had learned. This rhythm of effort and rest, challenge and recovery, is something we can all relate to, regardless of our particular pursuits. There's also something deeply satisfying about the way his story integrates seemingly contradictory elements. He was both a warrior and an artist, both a loner and a teacher, and both someone who sought out conflict and someone who eventually understood the value of peace. Perhaps that's a useful way to think about our own complex lives. The image of Musashi in his mountain cave, completing his life's work in solitude but with full engagement, offers a peaceful note on which to end our time together tonight. Here was someone who had experienced enough of the world's excitement and challenges to know their true value, who had learned to find satisfaction in simple things done well, and who understood that the most profound victories are often the quietest ones. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about the wooden sword Musashi carved from a boat oar, transforming a simple tool into an instrument of victory through nothing more than clear thinking and careful work. There's something encouraging about that image. The idea that we all have access to the raw materials of success, that creativity and determination can often matter more than perfect equipment or ideal circumstances. Sweet dreams, and remember, sometimes the most unconventional path is the one that leads exactly where you need to go. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, He faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic soundbites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E equals mc squared that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E equals mc squared, it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Imagine passing through a hefty wooden gate with iron hinges that creak like a longtime friend clearing their throat. A medieval garden that has been waiting for centuries to reveal its secrets to you is something truly remarkable that you have just entered. It might be 1250 or 1350. Here time seems to move more slowly. The air is scented with lavender and damp earth, and each path seems to be whispering, "Slow down, you're safe now." In an era known for plagues, wars, and the occasional dragon sighting, well, that last one was mostly in the stories, but you never know, you might ask why anyone would bother designing elaborate gardens. The response is incredibly straightforward. Humans have always required breathing spaces. Medieval gardens were meticulously planned havens that could literally save your sanity, not just lovely places. Take a moment to imagine life in the Middle Ages. You're crammed into cities with dark, narrow streets that, let's face it, smell like things you'd rather not recognise. You have to avoid suspicious puddles, dodge horses, and hope the person selling you bread hasn't been experimenting with using sawdust instead of flour. By nightfall, your nervous system is more tightly wound than the drawbridge of a castle. Imagine now finding a secret garden in a castle courtyard, or behind the walls of a monastery. It's like walking into a warm kitchen after a thunderstorm. Suddenly, the cobblestones that seem to take offence at your ankles are replaced by neat pathways beneath your feet. Instead of flags snapping urgently in the wind, flowers nod in soft breezes. The only sounds are bees humming their old working songs, and the water trickles rather than rushes. The need for specially designed areas to help people relax was recognised by medieval garden designers, something we're still learning today. They were using centuries of meticulous observation about what truly makes people feel at ease, rather than psychology textbooks, which had not yet been created. These gardens adhered to the enclosed embrace concept. Every serene medieval garden was encircled by buildings, hedges or walls, giving the impression that one was being held rather than left open. You were entering a protective cocoon where the chaos of the outside world couldn't follow you, not just a garden. The enclosure was also useful. Medieval gardens required protection from straggling animals, think attempting to meditate while chasing a determined goat away, severe weather, and the odd bandit who might be more concerned with your turnips than your spiritual health. The psychological impact, however, was even more significant. Your mind stops looking for far-off dangers and becomes focused on the here and now when you are unable to see past the garden's boundaries. Every design featured water as a key component, not tumbling waterfalls or flamboyant fountains, which were added later when people felt that leisure had to be more thrilling. Water in a medieval garden flowed slowly and purposefully. Rainwater could be collected in a simple stone basin, which would serve as a drinking area for birds and a mirror for clouds. Water flowed along raised beds in tiny channels, creating the softest sound imaginable, like rain on leaves, or a lullaby to the ground. The pathways themselves were psychological engineering masterpieces. Medieval garden paths were intended for wandering, in contrast to contemporary gardens where paths frequently lead to designated locations. They were never hurried, but instead curved gently, offering fresh views at every bend. It may appear to be a rose bush, but as you approach it you'll find a tiny herb garden behind it, which leads to a sunny area where you can sit and watch butterflies compete for the best flowers. These designs weren't haphazard. Although they would have scoffed at such a pretentious title, the first landscape therapists were the designers of medieval gardens. They were just individuals who realised that time, beauty, safety and gentle stimulation are all necessary for the human spirit to unfold. A ton of time, you'll find that each component had a purpose as you get comfortable exploring these gardens during our journey together. The herbs weren't only used to season soup. Depending on your needs, they release scents that could increase energy or reduce anxiety. In addition to being lovely, the flowers' hues and forms were selected to soothe weary eyes, and promote the kind of gentle concentration that allows your mind to relax. Even the upkeep of these gardens was planned with tranquility in mind. In contrast to contemporary landscaping, which necessitates loud machinery and last-minute weekend labour, medieval gardens developed their beauty gradually, season by season. Pruning, weeding, watering, all gentle, repetitive tasks that allow your thoughts to settle like sediment in a peaceful pond, became a kind of moving meditation. As you fall asleep tonight, picture yourself as the garden's caretaker. As you check on young seedlings, feel the morning dew on your fingertips, hear the gratifying hum of your blade cutting overly eager herbs. Imagine yourself sitting on a plain wooden bench in the evening light, watching the last bees of the day visit flowers that appear to glow in the golden hour. In your fantasy medieval world, you awaken to the sound of bells ringing throughout the countryside. Not the startling clatter of contemporary life, but the soft bronze voices that have been calling people to prayer for centuries. You're now in a monastery garden, the pinnacle of the art of tranquil design. For good reason, monastic communities were the world's best gardeners during the Middle Ages. Through prayer, meditation, and what they referred to as opus manuum, the work of hands, these individuals had devoted their lives to discovering a connection with God. They learned that certain physical settings could either help or hinder their spiritual objectives, and they incorporated these insights into the design of their gardens. As soon as you enter the monastery, you'll notice how different the atmosphere is from the outside world. Not only is it quieter, but the air itself seems to have acquired patience. The garden unfolds in front of you in sections, each serving a distinct function, but all being bound together by the same overarching idea. Everything in this place is there to restore the health of the human soul. The physical garden, where therapeutic herbs are grown in tidy raised beds, is the first space you come across. However, don't picture sterile rows like the outdoor area of a contemporary pharmacy. An artist's sense of colour, texture and scent is evident in the arrangement of these plants. Even their most utilitarian plantings were beautiful to behold, because the monastery gardeners recognised that healing starts with the senses. Alongside tidy thyme borders, chamomile grows in silvery green mounds. In purple ranks that appear to glitter in the morning light, lavender stands at attention. Wherever it is permitted, mint grows, producing cool green carpets that smell good whenever you touch them. The real magic occurs when you discover that in fact walking among these plants causes your breathing to slow down. The visual effect is calming. Certain scents have direct pathways to the nervous system, a discovery made by medieval monks that modern aromatherapy is still catching up to. It's true that lavender reduces anxiety. In fact, rosemary can help with mental clarity. Mint actually improves mood and aids in digestion. However, they did more than simply cultivate these plants. They placed them along the garden path so that people would naturally and unconsciously experience their benefits. It was not because medieval people lacked imagination that monastic gardens were laid out according to rigid geometric patterns. These geometric patterns functioned as a kind of visual meditation. Your mind would naturally settle into the same serene rhythm if your eye followed the neat patterns. Squares within squares, circles intersected by crosses and rectangles divided by diagonal paths. Beyond aesthetics, geometric garden design has a profoundly fulfilling quality. It is easier for your internal state to achieve equilibrium when your external environment is well organised and balanced. Through daily practice, the monks were able to determine this. They discovered they could enter and stay in meditative states more quickly and for longer after spending hours in prayer and reflection in gardens with solid geometric underpinnings. A well or fountain, placed where several paths met, was the focal point of the majority of monastery gardens. This had symbolic and psychological significance, in addition to being pragmatic, although access to water was undoubtedly crucial. In almost all spiritual traditions, water is a symbol of life, rebirth, and purification. Having it at the centre of the garden served as a conscious or unconscious reminder to guests that they were in a space devoted to renewal. The water features were intended to stimulate your senses without overpowering them, which is where the subtle genius of medieval garden designers was displayed. Water trickling slowly from a carved spout into a basin in a basic stone well could produce the softest sound possible, enough to drown out distracting sounds outside the garden walls, but not enough to draw attention to itself. In order to maximise psychological benefits, the seating areas in the monastery gardens were positioned strategically. Wooden benches were placed facing either west, for evening reflection as the day came to an end, or east, for morning meditation in the light of the sunrise. They were placed next to herb beds where the scent would be most potent in the hottest hours of the day, or nestled into alcoves created by carefully trained fruit trees. Sitting in one of these locations, you would observe how the garden seems to envelop you without making you feel crowded. Although the surrounding hedges or walls provide privacy and security, they aren't so high that you feel confined. As the sun passes overhead, you can see the sky, watch the clouds move and take in the shifting patterns of light and shadow. It feels like a soft, verdant hug. Monastery gardens' maintenance philosophy was a reflection of their spiritual mission. Slowly and deliberately, the work was done as a kind of prayer. Weeding was an opportunity to exercise patience and attention to detail, not a task to be hurried through. Watering was an opportunity to observe and appreciate the needs and growth of each individual plant. In addition to providing basic plant care, this method produced gardens that exuded serenity. Spaces acquire a distinct energy quality when they are maintained with love and meditation, as opposed to speed and efficiency. This phenomenon is frequently mentioned by contemporary visitors to restored monastery gardens. There is an unmistakably serene quality to these areas that transcends their aesthetic appeal. In ways we have mostly forgotten, the monks also had an understanding of seasonal rhythms. Their gardens were planned to offer various forms of aesthetic appeal and practicality all year long. The delicate blossoms of fruit trees and the new green of fresh herbs arrived with spring. Harvests were plentiful, and the scent of blooming plants filled the air during the summer. Autumn brought vibrant foliage and the joy of collecting seeds for planting the following year. With the sharp lines of the geometric design clearly visible, and evergreen herbs offering patches of life against the snow, even winter had its own stern beauty. Imagine how the light of the day gradually fades and how the air cools and carries the mixed scents of herbs as you settle into evening prayer in this monastery garden. You discover that you have spent the entire day in this verdant haven, without ever feeling rushed, anxious, or out of sync with the cycles of life itself when the bells ring once more, summoning the community to vespers. You're exchanging your modest monastery cell for something far more opulent this morning, a castle garden intended for medieval aristocracy. However, don't anticipate the extravagant extravagance of later centuries. Subtly sophisticated medieval noble gardens were designed to provide ideal settings for the kinds of pursuits that kept aristocrats sane amidst the demands of political life. The unusual living quarters of medieval aristocrats resembled a goldfish bowl. From servants to rival families to visiting diplomats who reported back to foreign courts, everyone was continuously watching, criticising, and analysing their lives. There was hardly any privacy, and leisure had to be carefully planned in between court rituals, tournaments, and the never-ending negotiations that prevented kingdoms from falling into anarchy. Their gardens, which were created especially to offer the kinds of tranquil experiences that would be practically impossible to find elsewhere in medieval society, turned into vital pressure valves. However, these were not merely enlarged monastic gardens. Noble gardens needed to do more than just impress guests. They also needed to offer useful advantages and a real escape from the bustle of the outside world. You can see how the garden areas are shrewdly tucked into areas that might otherwise go unused as you stroll through the castle's main courtyard. Every inch of protected interior space was valuable, because medieval castles were constructed primarily for defence and then for comfort. Working like puzzle solvers, the garden designers created lovely havens in small courtyards with no military use, along walls and in strange corners. One of the most clever features is what the medievals called a plaisance, basically a private outdoor space intended for leisure and small parties. Imagine a square or rectangular area surrounded by dense hedges or low walls, with thoughtfully placed sightlines that preserve views of the castle's most appealing features or far-off landscapes while obstructing views from the crowded main courtyards. These spaces were decorated to resemble outdoor living rooms. Backrests and seating were provided by raised beds, which were frequently topped with turf benches, which were essentially earth and grass sofas that were surprisingly cosy and unmistakably different. Depending on when the garden's owner wanted to escape from public responsibilities, wooden benches were positioned to benefit from morning sunlight or afternoon shade. Noble Gardens' plant selections demonstrated a deep comprehension of social dynamics and psychology. Roses were important because of their symbolic meaning in addition to their beauty. Roses stood for love, purity, and the transient nature of earthly beauty, according to the medievals, who interpreted everything. Roses were a continual reminder that there was beauty in life worth stopping to appreciate, like poetry growing right outside your window. The way these roses were cultivated, however, was the truly ingenious aspect. Medieval gardeners trained roses as climbers and ramblers, weaving them through wooden frameworks to create living walls and shaded alcoves, in contrast to modern rose bushes that bloom once, and then look rather ordinary for the rest of the year. Picture yourself sitting beneath an arbour, with hundreds of tiny, highly fragrant roses that formed a natural canopy above you, and petals that occasionally fell like fragrant snow. In castle settings, herb gardens fulfilled three functions. They were useful, aesthetically pleasing, and instructive. Noble families were supposed to know how to run the home, cook, and practice medicine. The herb garden offered practical and soothing opportunities for hands-on learning. Identifying the various mints, which is surprisingly difficult and strangely meditative, knowing which herbs aid in digestion, or just taking in the complex scents that changed throughout the day as plants released various aromatic compounds in response to temperature and sun, could all take up an afternoon. Although more ornate than those found in monasteries, water features in noble gardens were still created with psychological comfort in mind. The family's coat of arms could be carved into a raised stone basin that was supplied with water from the castle's main supply via a tiny channel. Although the visual effect was more advanced, the sound was still subdued because medieval people had not yet developed the noisy fountain obsession that would define later periods. These water features provided focal points for casual get-togethers and reflection. Since medieval aristocrats lacked modern-day coffee shops and living rooms, garden water features offered serene, lovely settings in which challenging discussions could take place without creating tension. Moving water seems to promote honesty while discouraging conflict. Medieval garden designers were well aware of this and took advantage of it. Unlike monastery gardens, where paths encouraged solitary meditation, castle garden paths were ideal for two-person conversations, wide enough for companions to walk side by side, but not so wide that the area felt formal or intimidating. The paths in noble gardens were made for what we might call therapeutic strolling. These pathways frequently included what medieval designers referred to as viewing mounts, tiny man-made hills made by piling up dirt and covering it with turf. More significantly, climbing to the top of a viewing mount offered a mild form of exercise that might help release the tension that had built up from long days of sitting through court ceremonies or council meetings. It also gave you a new perspective on the garden and the surrounding area. Noble gardens displayed a remarkable level of sophistication in their seasonal planning. In addition to ensuring that there is always something lovely or intriguing, garden designers planned planting schedules to ensure that the garden would offer a variety of psychological advantages all year long. The emphasis on hope and rebirth in spring plantings was ideal for acclimating to the long, gloomy winter months when everyone was cooped up inside. The social activities that were vital to aristocratic life were supported by the abundance and celebration that summer gardens provided. Plants in autumn gardens gave nobles a sense of preparation and achievement, which helped them adopt the planning mentality needed to survive the winter. What could be referred to as emergency relaxation features, elements created especially to offer prompt stress relief during political crises, were also present in medieval castle gardens. The maze or labyrinth was a favourite, but not the difficult puzzle mazes of later eras. With their single paths winding in intricate patterns but never offering choices or dead ends, medieval labyrinths were intended to be walking meditations. When you needed to solve complicated problems, you could walk the labyrinth, and the intricate pattern and rhythmic movement would frequently encourage solutions to come to you organically. Imagine yourself sitting on one of those turf benches in your make-believe castle garden as evening draws near and the scent of plants that bloom at night starts to fill the air. Here, the meticulous design of the garden somehow absorbs the political tensions of the day. You can rest fully tonight, surrounded by beauty that has been specifically designed to foster human peace, but tomorrow will present new challenges. You're learning about the hortus conclusus, or enclosed garden, one of the most advanced inventions in medieval gardening tonight. This was not just any walled area with plants, rather, it was a thoughtfully planned setting, intended to produce what could be referred to as perfect psychological conditions for human flourishing. A thorough understanding of how environmental boundaries impact mental state led to the development of the enclosed garden concept. People in the Middle Ages lived in constant fear of danger that might lurk outside of their familiar boundaries. Anywhere, at any time, there could be bandits, untamed animals, hostile armies, and unexplained illnesses. Every element of daily life, including the layout of serene areas, was influenced by this persistent low-level anxiety. Imagine yourself walking through a small gate or doorway into an enclosed garden. The changeover is purposeful and dramatic. You're surrounded by walls that define and safeguard a smaller, more manageable universe one moment, and then you're in the open world with its boundless horizons and possible dangers the next. Your nervous system literally lets out a sigh of relief as a result of the profound and instantaneous psychological shift. Medieval garden designers, however, went beyond the basic enclosure. They realized that walls by themselves could feel more like prisons than like freedoms. Making the enclosure feel more like an embrace than a prison was the trick. They achieved this by paying close attention to sight lines, proportions, and what we might refer to as controlled openings. A sense of protected space where you could not be surprised or threatened was provided by the walls of the most successful enclosed gardens, which adhered to what contemporary environmental psychologists refer to as the prospect and refuge principle, though medieval designers would have simply referred to it as feeling safe while seeing beauty. However, the gardens also featured thoughtfully designed opportunities, sky views, far-off landscapes, or garden elements that allowed your thoughts to roam without straying from the safety zone. Gates or windows in the walls that framed views like living paintings could create these opportunities. Picture yourself perched on a stone bench, gazing through an arched aperture that ideally frames a view of the castle's towers or a far-off hillside. Your body stays securely contained while your eye can travel to these far-off views, meeting the human need for spatial variety. The enclosed gardens' plant choices were exquisite examples of sensory design. Each plant was picked for its ability to enhance the garden's overall psychological ambiance, in addition to its aesthetic value. Lavender offered a soothing scent and delicate silvery leaves that glistened in any kind of light. The strong, enlightening aroma of rosemary could clear mental haze and boost alertness without making people anxious. Plants in the mint family offered refreshing scents and cooling effects that could help cool even the hottest summer days. What we might refer to as layered fragrances, plant combinations that released distinct scents at various times of day and in various weather conditions, were common in medieval enclosed gardens. The scent of wet herbs may be green and dewy in the morning, mingled with the honey-sweet aroma of flowers opening to the sun. Aromatic plants such as oregano and thyme would release their stronger scents in the midday heat. Night-blooming plants, with their enigmatic and frequently more complex scents, would emerge in the evening. These gardens' ground planning adhered to principles that seemed to work almost magically. The walkways were both intimately intimate and sufficiently wide for comfortable walking. Since you could never see the entire garden at once, they gently curved to evoke a sense of discovery. There was always something new to discover around every corner. However, everything happened at a natural and secure pace, and the curves were never abrupt enough to cause surprise or fear. Enclosed garden water management reached new artistic heights. Each drop of water could be meticulously regulated and synchronized because these were enclosed spaces. In order to produce various sounds and visual effects throughout the garden, designers devised systems that would allow water to move slowly through the area, appearing and disappearing. You may first see water as a soft spring that emerges from a carved stone face in one wall, then follow its path as it feeds various plant beds via tiny channels before gathering in a central basin to reflect the sky and light. From the first soft bubbling of the spring to the soft trickling through the channels to the almost silent filling of the last basin, the sound of this water would change as it travelled. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as controlled wilderness within enclosed spaces was also recognised by medieval designers. These gardens featured sections where plants were permitted to grow in more organic patterns, despite their meticulous planning and upkeep. Herbs that had been left to self-seed and spread could be found in a corner, resulting in patches that felt wild and impromptu, but were totally safe. A basic psychological need of humans was met by this harmony between naturalness and control. We need a certain amount of surprise and natural beauty to keep our minds active and interested, but we also need order and predictability for security. Both were simultaneously offered by enclosed gardens, which offered areas of delightful unpredictability along with general order and safety. Enclosed gardens featured especially elaborate seating arrangements. There were several seating options to accommodate various social settings and moods. Cool, isolated places to reflect were provided by stone benches set into the walls. For extended stays, wooden benches placed in bright spots offered warmth and comfort. The most private and cosy seating was provided by turf benches, those amazing earth and grass creations from the Middle Ages that were ideal for reading, taking naps, or having quiet discussions. The placement of these seating sections was done to capitalise on the various seasons and times of day. In order to enjoy the soft early sun, morning seats faced east. The locations of the midday seats were chosen to provide shade during the hottest times of the day. Seats in the evening faced west to watch the sunset. In order to harness any available warmth from the low winter sun, winter seats were placed in alcoves facing south. In closed gardens, seasonal development was thoughtfully planned to offer psychological support all year long. After enduring the harsh winters of the Middle Ages, people needed hope and renewal, which spring plantings offered. Summertime designs offered celebration and plenty. Plants in autumnal gardens conveyed a sense of preparation and harvest. Evergreen trees and intriguing architectural elements were included in the design to add beauty and interest even during the winter months. Most significantly, medieval enclosed gardens were intended to be places for what we might refer to as productive solitude. These were not places where you could hide from the outside world forever, but rather places where you could temporarily withdraw, regain your emotional and mental balance, and then resume your daily activities with fresh vitality and perspective. Imagine yourself falling asleep in your own little enclosed garden, with walls that feel protective rather than limiting, and breathing in air that is scented with herbs that have been carefully selected to encourage relaxation and tranquility. The boundaries of the garden create a perfect little world where you can just enjoy being in an area created specifically for your well-being. When you wake up this morning, you'll find something amazing. Centuries before the terms environmental aromatherapy were coined, medieval people were engaging in a highly developed form of it. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, their gardens were meticulously planned sensory experiences that used the scents and qualities of plants to affect mental, physical, and emotional states. Medieval garden designers drew inspiration from a fascinating blend of traditional knowledge passed down through the generations, keen observation, and what they dubbed the doctrine of signatures, the idea that a plant's growth patterns, scent, or appearance could reveal its medicinal uses. Their practical outcomes were frequently remarkably effective, even though some of their theories now seem charmingly antiquated. An early morning stroll through a medieval herb garden would reveal what is essentially a living pharmacy, but one that has been created with a psychologist's awareness of human needs and an artist's sense of aesthetics. Every plant was placed to provide the greatest possible therapeutic benefit to garden visitors, in addition to ideal growing conditions. Along pathways where people would naturally brush against it, chamomile was planted. It has tiny, daisy-like flowers and a sweet, apple-like scent. Although medieval gardeners were aware that the aroma of chamomile could reduce anxiety and encourage sound sleep, they also recognized that the psychological impact was greater when the scent was inadvertently inhaled rather than intentionally. Something about finding a healing scent by accident is more potent than actively seeking it out. In addition to its lovely purple blooms and unique scent, lavender was prized in medieval gardens for its incredibly consistent calming properties. The biochemistry of how lavender's linalool and linaloyl acetate compounds actually slow down nervous system activity was unknown to medieval people, but they were aware of the effects. In order to promote peaceful sleep, lavender was planted close to places where people sat, along walkways that led to private areas, and particularly close to windows in bedrooms. Lavender's placement in gardens demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of scent dispersal. Medieval gardeners planted lavender in sunny locations where afternoon heat would optimize its therapeutic benefits, because they knew that the plant releases its strongest fragrance during the warmest part of the day. Additionally, they placed lavender bushes where people might unintentionally brush against them while strolling, because they knew that bruised lavender releases even more scent. Almost like a garden guardian, rosemary was placed close to gates and entrances so that its potent, calming scent could assist guests in shifting from the disorganized state of everyday life to the concentrated awareness required for appreciating a garden. According to contemporary research, medieval people thought rosemary improved mental clarity and memory. It is true that compounds found in rosemary can enhance alertness and cognitive function. However, this is where the genius of medieval garden design was displayed. Rosemary was also planted alongside soothing herbs like chamomile and lavender. The end effect was a well-balanced scent experience that could improve mental clarity without causing overstimulation or anxiety. In these gardens, you felt more at ease and could think more clearly, two things that are surprisingly hard to combine. The most adaptable medicinal plants in medieval gardens came from the mint family. Various mints were used to achieve various physical and psychological effects. Without the potency of peppermint, spearmint provided mild digestive support and a revitalizing mental boost. The sweeter, softer scent of apple mint was ideal for unwinding in the evening. In the damp spots next to garden water features, where its cooling qualities could intensify the revitalizing effects of flowing water, water mint flourished. Medieval gardeners also recognized a fact that contemporary aromatherapy is rediscovering. Combinations of plants, rather than individual species, frequently produce the most potent therapeutic fragrances. In their gardens, they established what we might refer to as fragrance neighborhoods, by assembling plants whose fragrances would complement one another and offer supplementary medicinal advantages. A standard calming corner might include rose for emotional support, chamomile for mild sedation, lavender for anxiety relief, and maybe a dash of mint for freshness. Because each plant releases a different amount of fragrance in response to temperature and humidity changes, these plants would be arranged so that their distinct scents would naturally blend to create complex, subtle scent experiences that could change throughout the day. In medieval gardens, roses had uses far beyond aesthetics. Various types were selected based on their distinct scents and purported impact on health and happiness. With their powerful, complex scent, damask roses were thought to uplift the soul and fortify the heart in difficult times. Alba roses were believed to promote rational thinking and clear mental confusion because of their fresher, cleaner scent. Roses were planted along pathways that people might walk when resolving difficult emotions, and medieval rose gardens were frequently created as emotional support systems. The perfect environment for processing and healing emotions was created by the combination of therapeutic fragrance, lovely visual stimulation, and mild physical exercise. Medieval gardens' seasonal fragrance progression was thoughtfully planned to promote mental well-being all year long. Fresh green fragrances that could alleviate winter depression and promote mental rejuvenation were the focus of spring gardens. Early herbs, such as young rosemary and mint, offered astringent, energizing scents that might help dispel the mental sluggishness that frequently accompanied the dark months. With several plants blooming at once to create intricate, multi-layered scent environments, summer gardens provided the most complete fragrance experiences. However, these weren't overpowering sensory attacks. Medieval gardeners recognized the value of restraint and balance. There were peaceful spots with delicate scents in even the most ornate summer garden, places where overstimulated senses could relax. Warming, grounding scents from autumn gardens could ease the psychological transition to winter. The rich, complex scents of late-blooming herbs, such as oregano and sage, seemed to capture the joy of harvest. These plants were frequently placed close to places where people could sit and think back on the events of the year, while mentally getting ready for the reflective winter months. Medieval herb gardens also served as therapeutic environments for their upkeep. Herb harvesting required methodical, slow attention to timing, plant conditions, and appropriate methods. Spaces filled with concentrated fragrances from drying herbs could benefit from aromatherapy for weeks. Since disturbed herb plants released their fragrances as you worked, even weeding herb gardens was more enjoyable than other garden maintenance. The significance of a personal connection to medicinal plants is another thing that medieval people understood that we are still learning about. They urged garden visitors to form bonds with individual plants, learning about their unique growth patterns, best times to harvest them, and distinctive scent patterns. The therapeutic effects were enhanced by this individualized attention. The benefits of a plant seem to be more potent when you know it well. Imagine yourself surrounded by carefully selected and arranged plants that will support your health as evening descends on your make-believe medieval herb garden. A delicate combination of scents permeates the air, calming the stresses of the day and preparing your mind for a good night's sleep. Every breath brings you compounds that have been used for thousands of years to help people find health and peace. These compounds were arranged by gardeners who realized that healing occurs most effectively in settings that are beautiful and thoughtfully designed. You're studying one of the most intriguing facets of medieval gardening this morning, the creation of spaces that have the power to literally alter human perception through the use of geometric patterns and symbolic designs. Plants were not arranged haphazardly or in accordance with contemporary aesthetic standards by medieval garden designers. Their work was based on a deep understanding of how spiritual awareness and mental state are influenced by visual patterns. In the world of the medieval people, everything was thought to have symbolic meaning. Rather than being merely ornamental choices, Numbers, shapes, colours, and spatial relationships were seen as stepping stones to a greater comprehension of natural harmony and divine order. This symbolic language was employed by garden designers to create areas that could lead guests to particular spiritual and psychological states. You would instantly notice the sense of balance and justice that seems to emanate from the layout itself if you were to walk into a medieval garden that was created using sacred geometric principles. Pathways that follow mathematical proportions found in nature, the same ratios that are present in human bodies, flower petals and seashells, would entice your attention. Your mind would perceive these patterns as essentially reliable and harmonious, even if you were not familiar with the technical specifics. The square formed by intersecting pathways into 4 smaller squares was the most popular geometric foundation for medieval gardens. The 4 elements, earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, the 4 cardinal directions, and the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in biblical texts were all represented by this pattern, which is known as a quadripartite design. Beyond its symbolic significance, however, this design had useful psychological effects. Quadripartite gardens offered a visual order that was both simple enough to be instantly understandable and complex enough to be fascinating. The overall pattern was easy for your mind to understand, giving you a sense of control. However, there was space for variation and surprise within each quadrant. Human psychological needs appear to be well served by this blend of controlled variation and predictable structure. Geometrically designed gardens had pathways that were more than just ways to get from one place to another. They served as what we might refer to as contemplation guides, physical objects that, by merely walking, could induce meditative states in your mind. Special features such as a fountain, an especially lovely plant, or a religious sculpture that encouraged pause and contemplation were frequently used to mark the intersections where pathways crossed. Medieval garden designers realised something that contemporary meditation instructors have rediscovered: that beautiful visual stimulation coupled with repetitive rhythmic movement can create deeply calming and restorative altered states of consciousness. It became a kind of moving meditation to follow the geometric paths of a medieval garden, with their predictable curves and intersections. Geometric gardens with circular features had unique psychological purposes. Curved alcoves, round fountains, and circular herb beds offered visual respite from the overall geometric framework's angular precision. More significantly, however, in medieval symbolic thinking, circles stood for wholeness, harmony, and perfection. It was thought that incorporating circular elements into garden design would aid guests in achieving spiritual integration and psychological wholeness. What we might refer to as sacred proportion systems, mathematical relationships thought to reflect divine harmony, were incorporated into the most elaborate medieval gardens. The golden ratio, which can be found in everything from nautilus shells to sunflower seed spirals, was frequently used to establish the connections between various garden sections. Even when visitors were unable to consciously pinpoint the reason, these proportional systems produced gardens that felt enigmatically fulfilling to experience. Your mind would react with a sense of calm and righteousness that seemed to come from the surroundings rather than from any deliberate effort on your part as your eye moved through areas that felt harmonious and well-balanced. Geometric gardens featured equally complex colour schemes. Based on observed psychological effects and symbolic associations, medieval designers employed what they dubbed colour harmonies. White flowers were frequently planted in central areas or along main routes because they symbolised purity and spiritual illumination. Red flowers were placed where their emotional intensity could be appreciated, without overpowering the tranquil atmosphere of the garden, symbolising both earthly passion and divine love. Despite being comparatively uncommon in medieval gardens, blue flowers were prized for their purported capacity to foster introspection and spiritual understanding. They were frequently placed in peaceful nooks or beside walkways that led to places of prayer, where their calming hue might assist guests in turning their attention from material worries to spiritual ones. Keeping up geometric gardens was a kind of spiritual exercise in and of itself. Regular, patient attention was necessary to maintain the pattern's clarity and accuracy. The gardeners who cared for these areas frequently referred to their labour as a kind of meditation or prayer. Replanting to maintain colour arrangements, weeding to preserve the clarity of planted patterns, and trimming hedges to maintain clean geometric lines all became opportunities to practice the kind of focused attention that medieval people associated with spiritual development. Geometric gardens were designed with seasonal changes in mind to preserve the key patterns, while offering year-round diversity and interest. The linear features of the garden, such as the bulbs placed along the edges of the pathways to produce clear lines of colour, could be highlighted with spring plantings. While keeping their fundamental boundaries, summer plantings could fill in the geometric shapes with a profusion of growth. Even as their foliage changed colour, plants that offered strong structural elements could be found in autumn gardens. In order to maintain the geometric patterns even when the majority of the plants were inactive, winter gardens relied on hardscape components and evergreen plants. The psychological significance of what we might refer to as pattern completion was also recognised by medieval garden designers, who produced geometric designs that encouraged guests to actively perceive the patterns rather than merely passively observing them. The entire geometric pattern may not be immediately apparent when you first enter a garden. Instead, you may need to navigate through different sections and observe the area from different perspectives before the entire pattern becomes clear to you. Important psychological purposes were fulfilled by this gradual pattern recognition process. It was a gentle, fulfilling puzzle with a clear solution that kept your mind active. Garden patterns could be fully comprehended and appreciated, in contrast to the intricate and frequently intractable issues of everyday medieval life. A sense of emotional and intellectual relief that was hard to find elsewhere was brought on by this experience of understanding and completion. The geometric garden design's symbolic meanings also gave guests what we might refer to as contemplation frameworks, organised approaches to considering life's more profound issues. A garden that is themed around the number 4 could inspire contemplation of the 4 seasons of spiritual growth, the 4 stages of life, or the 4 virtues. Through garden design, these ideas were made tangible and approachable rather than being abstract philosophical concepts. Geometric gardens' maze and labyrinth features had specific psychological purposes. Since they could engender fear rather than serenity, true mazes, with their numerous paths and dead ends, were less prevalent in serene medieval gardens. But because of their meditative properties, labyrinths, single-path patterns that wound in intricate yet predictable ways toward a central goal, were well liked. It took just the right amount of mental focus to navigate a labyrinth, keeping your conscious mind busy while allowing deeper levels of awareness to emerge. What medieval people referred to as contemplative prayer and what we might recognise as a type of walking meditation were made possible by the rhythmic movement and the visual interest of the winding path. What medieval designers referred to as paradise features, elements created especially to evoke the biblical Garden of Eden or other sacred landscapes, were found in the most ornate geometric gardens. These could include particular plant combinations mentioned in religious texts or fountains arranged to form the 4 rivers of paradise. However, even these highly symbolic components were incorporated into designs that placed more emphasis on psychological calm and comfort than on purely symbolic accuracy. Observe how the shadows highlight the patterns that lead your eye and mind to peace, as evening light starts to slope across your imagined geometric garden. Lines of light and shadow reveal mathematical relationships that appeared abstract during the day, serving as a reminder that the same principles that give flowers and seashells their beauty also influence the areas where people can find the most tranquility. As our tour of medieval gardens comes to an end tonight, you find yourself sitting in a garden that reflects all we have learned together. A place where noble sophistication meets monastery wisdom, where geometric precision embraces natural beauty, and where each element has been thoughtfully chosen to foster human peace. The surrounding garden is a representation of centuries' worth of knowledge about what people require in order to flourish spiritually and emotionally. Despite lacking access to contemporary psychology textbooks and environmental science research, medieval garden designers created methods and ideas that are still remarkably successful today. Their gardens were more than just lovely settings. They were therapeutic havens designed by individuals who recognized the power of outward beauty to alter inner experience. You can see how every element we've come across during our exploration fulfills several functions at once. In addition to offering physical security, the walls surrounding these gardens establish psychological barriers that help your mind focus on the here and now rather than constantly looking for threats in the future. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, the geometric pathways lead your body through soft rhythmic motions that naturally create meditative states. In addition to producing beautiful sounds and visual interest, the water features we have found offer the psychological advantages of being near flowing water, such as enhanced focus, lowered stress hormones, and that inexplicable feeling of rejuvenation that people seem to experience when they are near water. Despite their ignorance of negative ions and the neurological effects of specific sound frequencies, medieval people noticed that people felt better when they were near flowing water, so they planned their gardens accordingly. Perhaps the most advanced knowledge of all can be found in the plant choices made for medieval gardens. These gardeners were aware of the scents that could reduce anxiety, enhance mental clarity, and facilitate the shift from wakefulness to sleep. They selected plants that would offer the appropriate sensory experiences during the seasons when people most needed them because they were aware of seasonal psychology. Perhaps more significantly, though, medieval garden designers recognized that peace is more than simply the absence of stress or conflict, something we occasionally overlook in our contemporary world. True peace is a positive state that must be actively created and maintained through careful attention to environment, relationships, and daily practices. Medieval gardens were intended to promote peace. Each component combined to help guests transition from whatever state they were in to one of true peace and rejuvenation. Without strain or effort, the shift occurred gradually and organically. Simply by spending time in a thoughtfully designed setting, you would find that your natural ability for peace would reassert itself, and that the tensions and worries of the day would dissolve as you entered these gardens. Medieval garden maintenance ideas also contained timeless lessons. These areas were cared for with love, patience, and what the medievals referred to as right intention, the desire to bring about healing and beauty rather than efficiency or maximum output. The gardeners who cared for these areas were aware that their own mental states during work had an impact on the outcome. Compared to gardens tended with meditative care, gardens tended with hurried frustration felt different. This idea applies to all facets of creating tranquil spaces, not just gardening. Beyond just physical arrangements, the energy and intention we put into any space-making activity, whether we're setting up a room, cooking, or just planning our daily schedule, influences the outcome. Important lessons about the interplay between structure and freedom were also imparted by medieval gardens. They weren't wild, unruly places, but they also weren't strict or repressive. They offered dependable beauty, well-defined boundaries, and predictable patterns, but there was also space for growth, surprise, and organic variation. Human psychological well-being appears to depend on this harmony between spontaneity and order. In our contemporary world, we frequently vacillate between two extremes. Either we give up on structure completely and hope that freedom alone will bring peace, or we attempt to control every element of our surroundings and schedule. Medieval gardens offer a compromise, building pillars that support rather than impede our innate ability to be happy and peaceful. Another timeless lesson is provided by the seasonal awareness incorporated into medieval garden design. Recognizing that people have different needs at different times and seasons, these gardens were created to offer a variety of gifts throughout the year. After long winters, when people most needed encouragement, spring gardens provided hope and renewal. Summer gardens supported the active growing season with celebration and plenty. As the year came to a close, autumn gardens provided a time for contemplation and preparation. During the reflective months, winter gardens offered structure and peaceful beauty. The way we think about bringing peace into our own lives may change as a result of this seasonal approach to the surroundings and activities. We might learn to modify our peacemaking techniques to fit with seasonal psychological needs and natural rhythms, rather than relying on the same tactics to function consistently throughout the year. Important insights can also be gained from the social aspects of medieval gardens. These were places intended to foster both community and solitude, not just private havens. They offered gathering places where people could congregate in lovely, serene surroundings, as well as peaceful alcoves where people could find time to themselves. The gardens demonstrated that fostering an environment free from stress and conflict is what true peace is all about, not isolating oneself from others. Perhaps most importantly, medieval gardens showed that usefulness and beauty are partners rather than mutually exclusive. Every lovely feature in these gardens had a functional function as well, whether it was to improve growing conditions, supply medicinal plants, control water flow, or promote mental well-being in people. This combination of usefulness and beauty offers ideas for how we could approach all of our life's decisions. Final wisdom worth passing down is provided by the timing principles ingrained in medieval garden design. Through repeated exposure to thoughtfully designed sensory experiences, these gardens gradually worked their calming magic. They were intended to bring about the kind of profound, long-lasting change that occurs when people regularly spend time in settings that encourage their best traits, rather than for temporary solutions or instant transformation. Imagine yourself carrying forward the fundamental ideas we've learned as you get ready to leave this fictional medieval garden and head back to your own time and place. The significance of safety and enclosure, the ability of natural beauty to alter mood and consciousness, the importance of geometric order mixed with organic variety, and the fundamental human need for areas created especially to foster peace. The medieval garden keepers had a profound understanding. Establishing peace in particular locations is the first step toward establishing peace globally, and people naturally become more peaceful when they regularly have access to truly peaceful settings. Their gardens were investments in human potential, areas created to support individuals in becoming the most serene, astute, and affectionate versions of themselves. The scent of medieval lavender, the sound of water gently trickling through stone channels, and the fulfillment that comes from spending time in places created with unending attention to human flourishing should all accompany you as you drift off to sleep tonight. Even though these gardens are only in our imaginations right now, anyone who wants to bring beauty, order and peace to their own region of the world can always benefit from their wisdom. Some human experiences, beauty, peace, the healing power of well-kept gardens, transcend time and connect us across centuries to the basic needs and joys that make us human. These bells that called medieval people to prayer ring one last time across your imagined landscape, but they are not calling you to any specific religious practice. Dream sweet dreams in your peaceful garden. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realizing it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organized the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the South, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmaneuvered Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans, was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the Revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of Kings Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated loyalist troops, changed the southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathanael Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realised the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played The World Turned Upside Down during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognized US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years, and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers, and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment, exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is the hardest. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometers per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppe's watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented mare's milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armor and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The Empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no, just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right, but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods. supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of step nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke, and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact, or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy, the debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths, because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The yurt housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialized modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritize group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognize it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units, they were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider operation suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasize distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognized no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from steppe water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels, and cattle, trimming living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat, or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialised techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus' lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behaviour were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated in temperature-controlled, gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in exposed locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centers on rights, justice, and harm minimization across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. Spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travelers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, materials science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark, and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armor at 200 meters for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain, or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibers, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behavior. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometers of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionizes progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified, and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modeling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers, and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering, according to the Mongol existential paradigm. Aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. You would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favor, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction, work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. Mansa Musa, known to history as Musa I of Mali, came to power under circumstances that were both intriguing and obscured by time. Born around the late 13th century, he belonged to a lineage of rulers who guided the Mali Empire, a realm spanning parts of modern-day Guinea, Senegal, Mauritania, and Mali. Although tales often highlight his legendary wealth, Musa's rise rested on a political context shaped by earlier sovereigns, most notably his predecessor, Abubakari II. Oral traditions hint that Abubakari ventured west across the Atlantic, entrusting the throne to Musa as deputy. When the predecessor did not return, Musa ascended to rule. At that moment in West Africa's history, the Mali Empire thrived by controlling critical trade routes. Caravans carried gold, salt, ivory, and other goods across the Sahara, linking sub-Saharan societies with North African ports. Musa inherited an economic apparatus that already possessed riches, but his strategic leadership pushed that wealth and influence to unprecedented heights. Diplomatic ties with Berber traders in the north and with local chieftains to the south formed the scaffolding upon which his reign prospered. Yet Mansa Musa did not simply rely on inherited resources. Evidence suggests he restructured tax collection, ensuring caravans crossing his lands contributed fees. He appointed local governors, termed farbus, to maintain order, standardize trade practices, and quell rebellions. These farbus reported directly to the crown. While some African polities operated via loose confederations of tribes, Musa strove for a more centralised administration. The impetus for unity was both political and religious. By the early 14th century, Islam had become a unifying thread among the empire's elites, with mosques and Quranic schools growing in major towns like Timbuktu and Gao. Intriguingly, Mansa Musa's childhood rarely appears in the official records. Griots, or court bards, mention him as a diligent youth who studied theology and statesmanship from travelling clerics. Possibly, he absorbed knowledge from trans-Saharan traders who recounted stories of Maghrebi courts and Middle Eastern wonders. This worldview expansion might have sparked his determination to place Mali on par with famed Islamic centres such as Cairo or Mecca. Later, his philanthropic acts would hint at an enduring desire to earn respect among the broader Islamic sphere. During Musa's early years as Mansa, he faced local arrests near the fringes of the empire. Some provinces tested his authority, hoping he might prove less formidable than past kings. Instead, he dispatched well-trained cavalry to reaffirm Mali's dominance. The empire's cavalry, famed for their agility, utilised horses bred in the savannas. Coupled with archers who fired poison-tipped arrows, they efficiently subdued rebellious enclaves. Such campaigns, while overshadowed by later peaceful achievements, set the stage for a stable realm. Timbuktu, a small but strategically situated settlement, benefited from Musa's consolidation efforts. He recognised that controlling Timbuktu meant controlling a confluence of river transport, desert caravans, and fishing communities. Over time, the city would bloom into a learning centre, with an influx of scholars and artisans. Early in his reign, Musa allocated funds to fortify the town's walls, establish improved storage for trade goods, and encourage visiting scholars from across North Africa. This policy laid the groundwork for Timbuktu's future golden era. Though rarely described in immediate detail, Mansa Musa's personal style likely displayed both regal bearing and approachability. Unlike some rulers who cloistered themselves in grand palaces, he purportedly listened to grievances from merchants, travellers, and local notables. Diplomatic sources from North Africa record how visiting envoys found Mali's court refreshingly open, though still anchored in an elaborate protocol. Musa's readiness to incorporate outside ideas, especially from the Islamic heartlands, broadened the empire's cultural horizon. However, Musa's greatest fame was yet to blossom. While local West African circles recognised Musa's leadership, the broader Islamic world and, in time, even distant Europe would only learn his name after his spectacular pilgrimage to Mecca. That journey, or Hajj, showcased both the empire's wealth and Musa's personal devotion. It would transform him into a near-legendary figure whose gold-laden caravans dazzled every city along the route. This pilgrimage provided glimpses of a man who balanced religious piety with an almost theatrical display of power. Thus, by the early 1320s, Mansa Musa had established a stable domain, subdued pockets of resistance, invested in commerce, and forged diplomatic ties. Mansa Musa set the stage for an event that would firmly establish him on the map of the medieval world. Neither Mali nor the Islamic realms would be quite the same after his caravans traversed the sands, sowing tales of a West African empire brimming with gold and governed by a ruler whose name would echo through centuries. Historians debate the exact date Mansa Musa embarked on his renowned pilgrimage, but a commonly cited time frame is the early 1320s to somewhere between 1324 and 25. This journey was far from spontaneous. Preparations likely spanned months, if not years, given the massive scale of his entourage. Musa intended not just to fulfill a religious obligation, but to make a statement. Mali was no mere frontier kingdom, and its ruler possessed the means to rank among the wealthiest, most pious monarchs of the Islamic world. Contemporary chronicles, notably those by North African scholar Ibn Khaldun and traveller Ibn Battuta, though Battuta himself visited Mali after Musa's reign, describe the pilgrimage in sensational terms. They mention caravans with thousands of attendants. Some accounts claim as many as 60,000. Camels laden with gold dust, embroidered fabrics, and provisions for the trek snaked across the Sahel. Sub-Saharan Africa had long provided a major chunk of the global gold supply, and Mansa Musa's baggage train exemplified that wealth. He brought not only lumps of raw gold but also minted gold coins, an unusual measure since the region often traded in dust and ingots. Additionally, Mansa Musa's travelling retinue included slaves dressed in fine silks, scribes to document events, reciters of the Quran for spiritual ambiance, and a range of advisors. Some historians caution that the numbers might be inflated by storytellers, yet even if the actual group was smaller, the effect on onlookers would have been overwhelming. The pilgrimage route took them northward through the Sahara, passing through famed salt mines around Takaza, then pivoting east to reach the bustling city of Tuat, or perhaps the legendary Sigil Masa oasis. In each settlement, rumours spread of the Malian monarch dispensing gold with an almost casual generosity. Crucially, Mansa Musa's distribution of wealth was part religious almsgiving, part diplomatic manoeuvre. Almsgiving, zakat, was a pillar of Islam, and Musa's piety motivated lavish gifts to local mosques and the needy. Yet distributing gold also garnered awe, forging ties with local rulers who might reciprocate with safe passage or future alliances. Unsurprisingly, this sudden influx of gold depressed local gold values in places like Cairo for years, an unintended consequence of a philanthropic spree. Egyptian records note how Mansa Musa's arrival in 24 caused gold's price to plummet, prompting economic ripples that historians still marvel at. Upon reaching Cairo, Musa's presence turned heads at the court of Sultan al-Malik al-Nasir. The initial protocol demanded that a visiting monarch greet the Sultan in a manner reflecting subservience. Some accounts claim Musa initially refused to bow, insisting that only to God would he prostrate. In the end, a diplomatic compromise was reached, perhaps involving a respectful but not fully subservient gesture. This minor standoff underscores Musa's pride in Mali's sovereignty, an approach that still balanced courtesy and tradition. While in Cairo, Musa's spending soared. He commissioned architectural help, hired skilled artisans, and purchased books. He conversed with leading Islamic scholars, reflecting a keen interest in theology and jurisprudence. Some Egyptian scribes chronicled the moment: a black African king, regal in bearing, engaged in deep religious discourse, all while dispensing gold coins to beggars outside. Word of his generosity quickly spread, captivating the imagination of distant courts. Europe, though largely ignorant of sub-Saharan polities, would soon learn of an African monarch with legendary fortunes. Resuming the pilgrimage, Mansa Musa continued on toward the Hejaz region of Arabia. In Mecca, the central holy city, he joined countless worshippers for the Hajj rituals, circling the Kaaba, praying on the plains of Arafat, and partaking in the symbolic stoning of the devil. The distance to Mecca was nearly insurmountable for many West Africans. Musa's success in completing the journey signalled extraordinary resolve and resources. He also spent time in Medina, paying respects at the Prophet's mosque. On the return leg, the caravans again wove across North Africa. This time the Malian treasury's gold reserves had thinned somewhat, owing to continuous largesse. Legend has it that to stabilise local markets, Mansa Musa borrowed gold from moneylenders in Cairo at interest rates. These actions ironically introduced him to the concept of currency manipulation. The transaction highlights that, for all his generosity, the intricacies of Mediterranean economics demanded caution. He never wavered in bestowing lavish gifts to those who hosted him along the route. By the time Mansa Musa reappeared in Mali, an aura of near mythic grandeur surrounded him. The pilgrimage had rebranded the empire from a peripheral kingdom to a recognised node in the Islamic world. He brought back not only architectural knowledge, but also new legal insights and spiritual fervour. Foreign scribes recounted tales of an African monarchy able to shape gold markets. That singular journey would define Musa's reign in global memory, overshadowing other facets of his long rule. After completing his pilgrimage, Mansa Musa returned to his homeland, where people were enthralled with his stories of his exploits. However, he didn't stop there. Rather, he funneled fresh inspiration, architectural styles, theological discourses, scholarly connections, into a grand vision for transforming key cities in the empire. The lessons gleaned in Cairo and Mecca spurred him to commission new buildings, especially mosques, to reinforce Mali's Islamic identity and elevate its cultural standing. At the same time, he recognized that religious centers could anchor trade networks, enticing merchants and scholars to settle. Timbuktu, long the commercial hub, now received particular focus. Musa brought along architects from North Africa, such as Abu Ishaq es-Saheli, who guided local masons in constructing structures that blended Sahelian earthen techniques with Maghrebi motifs. The Sankore Mosque, in particular, blossomed into a campus of learning. Over time, Sankore and other Timbuktu institutions housed thousands of manuscripts on theology, law, astronomy, and more. Timbuktu's libraries, spurred by Musa's initiative, became a beacon for scholars across West Africa and beyond. While earlier Mansas had built in Timbuktu, Musa's efforts catapulted it toward prominence as a recognised seat of learning. Elsewhere, he sponsored the expansion of the Jingwereber Mosque. Using mud brick, timber, and intricate stucco, local artisans fused aesthetic flair with practical design for the hot climate. Musa's appetite for architecture also extended to Gao, Walata, and other strategic towns. The new or renovated mosques signified loyalty to Islam while showcasing the empire's affluence. Some foreign visitors described these earthen edifices as luminous under the Sahel sun, crowned by timber stakes that could be used as scaffolding for periodic replastering. Musa's push for Islamic scholarship drew in more than just architects. He invited ulama, religious scholars, qadis, judges, and scribes from across the Islamic world. These learned individuals introduced refined administrative methods and jurisprudence. Under their guidance, Mali's legal system took shape around Islamic norms, though older customs still thrived in rural enclaves. The official court increasingly used Arabic for record-keeping, complementing local languages for everyday discourse. This bilingual synergy let Mali engage with trans-Saharan trade partners on equal footing. Alongside these intellectual pursuits, Mansa Musa never neglected the empire's economic sinews. He maintained a keen interest in gold mines near Bambouk and Bure, ensuring they were managed efficiently. Additional caravans carried salt from Takaza, exchanging it for cereals, textiles, and horses. In one sense, the empire's commercial backbone preceded Musa, but his reign stamped it with organisational vigour. By standardising weights, measures, and trade protocols, he cut down disputes, facilitating smoother commerce. Customs officers at city gates or river crossings enforced fees that fed the royal treasury, which in turn funded public works. As for governance, Mansa Musa employed a multi-tiered approach. He left local chiefs in place where loyalty was assured, but inserted trusted courtiers where rebellion threatened. From the capital, Niani, though some debate exactly which city served as the prime seat, he dispatched messengers to check on provinces. The empire's scale made direct micromanagement impossible, but well-placed loyalists ensured his edicts carried weight. This decentralised yet cohesive model thrived when anchored by a charismatic ruler. That said, some interior clans harboured resentment, preferring older animist traditions or less tribute. Meanwhile, news of his generosity on the pilgrimage had inadvertently changed external perceptions. North African historians documented how merchants from the Maghreb or the Levant now looked to Mali for profitable exchange. Some arrived in caravans seeking gold and ostrich feathers while bringing silks, beads, or cowrie shells. Mansa Musa welcomed these interactions, though he also insisted on regulated prices, warding off unscrupulous profiteers. The empire's wealth soared, but so did the complexities of balancing local production with foreign demand. In personal terms, Mansa Musa's family life remains a patchwork of hints. Griots mention multiple wives, children groomed for leadership roles, and court intrigues, typical of a grand monarchy. Musa's personality is said to have fused devotion with indulgence in the finer things, music, dance, and well-brewed beverages. He championed moral behaviour under Islam, yet seemed untroubled by the pageantry of a royal court. He strolled the palace in fine robes, received envoys with lavish banquets, and still prayed fervently in the newly built mosques. Such was the duality of Mansa Musa's reign. Pious yet splendid, Islamic yet reliant on older Malian customs, practical in economics yet prone to flamboyant generosity. This synergy established the empire at a pivotal cultural intersection, uniting sub-Saharan heritage with North African sophistication. By the mid-14th century, the synergy reached its zenith, forging a powerful realm that beckoned travellers from across Africa and beyond. Still, every peak holds seeds of future transitions, and for Musa, the twilight of his rule would see shifts that tested the empire's toughness. As the 1330s approached, Mansa Musa's authority remained largely unchallenged, but natural challenges and changing trade patterns hinted at potential strains. The vast domain, knit together by his vigour, demanded constant oversight. Musa strove to ensure that each border region complied with tribute obligations and respected the empire's religious orientation. Meanwhile, the Niger River's seasonal floods shaped agricultural cycles, some years bountiful, others prone to drought. The delicate balance between good harvests, stable trade, and local loyalties meant that a single upheaval could ripple widely. In this period, historical glimpses of Mansa Musa's final years become hazy. Some sources claim he briefly abdicated in favour of his son, Mansa Maga, only to resume power later. Others suggest he remained on the throne until his death. The multiplicity of oral traditions complicates any strict timeline. Still, it's clear he focused on two enduring priorities: strengthening Islamic scholarship and fostering prosperity. He invited additional jurists from Fes and Tunis, expanding Timbuktu's academies. Diplomatic relations with Morocco and Egypt stayed cordial, with scribes at Musa's court producing letters in refined Arabic, praising cultural ties. One lesser-known aspect of Musa's reign was the forging of local alliances through intermarriage. Princes of subjugated regions sometimes wed relatives of the royal family, creating a patchwork of dynastic bonds. This practice tempered rebellious impulses, as each clan now had a stake in preserving peace. In day-to-day rule, Musa relied on a cadre of advisors. Some were devout clerics, others savvy administrators who understood the empire's trade-based wealth. The interplay between religious counsel and economic strategy shaped the empire's direction. The empire also felt the weight of potential competition from emerging powers. Farther east, the Hausa city-states gained momentum, while to the west, coastal polities engaged with Atlantic trade. Although these developments wouldn't immediately topple Mali's dominance, they foreshadowed a shifting frontier in African commerce. The centuries-old reliance on trans-Saharan caravans faced subtle challenges from evolving sea routes. Mansa Musa, however, remained confident that Mali's gold resources and central position would endure. He might not have foreseen how future generations would grapple with the new maritime corridors introduced by European explorers. Meanwhile, Timbuktu's intellectual bloom continued. Scholars from the Arab world praised its manuscripts. Cadis presided over local courts, melding Sharia law with customary resolutions. This synergy made Timbuktu a magnet for intellectuals seeking quiet study among the city's sun-dried brick homes. Mansa Musa occasionally commissioned new volumes of hadith or historical genealogies, rewarding scribes with gold. Over time, a robust tradition of calligraphy took root, with intricate lettering reflecting North African influences. Students recited texts under open-air courtyards, weaving knowledge with local languages. In the capital, Niamey, the royal palace presumably boasted a mix of clay architecture and stone embellishments, though few remain survive. Chronicles mention grand reception halls where the Mansa offered visitors an audience. Gift exchanges were integral. Envoys from distant lands arrived with spices or glass beads, receiving in return gold dust or lavish robes. Musa's personal routine likely balanced daily prayer, the supervision of farbas, and public appearances that showcased his approachability. He recognized that ruling a culturally diverse empire required more than force. It needed a unifying aura of generosity and moral leadership. Amid all these successes, one senses the ephemeral nature of empire. Overextension lurked as a silent hazard. Some outlying provinces had grown used to direct oversight from the Mansa's central officials. Any prolonged royal absence might sow confusion. Furthermore, rumours of salt caravans taking alternate routes could shift wealth distribution. Mansa Musa's solution was typically to dispatch trusted lieutenants with tokens of the monarchy, perhaps a gold staff or a special garment, symbolising delegated authority. So long as loyalty endured, this system held. By the mid-30s, accounts suggest Mansa Musa's health began to decline. He might have endured the effects of age, or the repeated fevers common in the region's climate. The exact date of his death is disputed, typically placed around 1337. In some traditions, he died soon after concluding the building projects in Gao. Others say he passed quietly in his capital, surrounded by family. Whatever the details, the empire mourned him as a cultural and spiritual beacon. The fabled Mansa who had brought renown to Mali across continents. The stage was then left to his successors, faced with preserving the world he had shaped. While Mansa Musa's personal generosity and cunning had made Mali a name recognised from Cairo to Venice, The looming question was how robust that legacy would remain in his absence. For now, though, the empire could still recall the wondrous days of gold-laden caravans and a Mansa whose devotion and spectacle etched themselves into global lore. After Mansa Musa's death, the mantle fell to his descendants, notably Mansa Maga and later Mansa Suleiman. These rulers inherited a realm at the zenith of its influence. However, the aura of Musa's personal magnetism was difficult to replicate. His successors tried to maintain the elaborate administrative framework, the emphasis on religious scholarship, and the trading networks that underpinned Mali's fortunes. For a time, the empire remained stable, continuing to draw caravans from North Africa. Scholars still travelled to Timbuktu. The glow of Musa's pilgrimage lingered in foreign memories, but cracks emerged. Some outlying tributaries tested the new Mansas, doubting their ability to impose discipline. Regions near the Niger Bend, or along the forest-savanna boundary, required gentle but firm control. Mansa Musa's approach of personal oversight and reward-laden visits had kept them in line. Now, lesser envoys struggled to command the same respect. Occasionally minor rebellions flared. Even though none threatened the core of Mali for decades, they signalled a gradual erosion of central authority. Simultaneously, the natural environment shaped the empire's trajectory. The cyclical dryness of the Sahel sometimes forced pastoralists to shift grazing zones. If desert encroachment worsened, caravans had to alter routes, bypassing certain towns that once thrived on trade taxes. The empire had a reservoir of wealth from gold mines, but changing climate patterns could hamper agriculture near the river, straining local economies. Mansa Musa, in his prime, had addressed such challenges with bold infrastructure or diplomacy, but the subsequent leadership, while competent, lacked his visionary spark. Another dimension was the global context. The 14th century inflicted hardships across many regions. The Black Death ravaged Europe and parts of the Mediterranean, altering trade demands. Although sub-Saharan Africa escaped the worst of that pandemic, the aftershocks in North Africa impacted trade flows as some cities lost large portions of their population. The interplay of fewer caravans, disrupted markets, and shifting alliances chipped away at Mali's prime position. The gold was still there, but the channels to export it might fluctuate. Over time, new powers in West Africa, like the Songhai, took advantage of any vacuum. Nevertheless, the memory of Mansa Musa lived on in Mali's lore. Griots continued to recite epic praises of his generosity. They recounted the shimmering caravans, the pilgrims' endless lines stretching across the dunes, and the mosques he raised with foreign architects. This legacy both inspired and burdened the subsequent Mansas, who struggled to match such an iconic figure. Diplomatically, the empire enjoyed residual goodwill from North African courts thanks to Mansa Musa's famed piety. Delegations from Mali could still negotiate favourable deals in Moroccan or Egyptian markets. Yet as new sultans rose in these realms, personal ties to Musa's era waned. In Europe, albeit indirectly, Mansa Musa's legend trickled into cartographic representations. The Catalan Atlas of 1375, for instance, depicted a crowned African king holding a golden nugget, referencing the Melian ruler's famed riches. This image bolstered a European myth of rivers of gold in Africa, a notion that later centuries of explorers and colonizers would chase. Ironically, the lavish portrayal overshadowed the nuance of Musa's intellect, governance, and religious devotion, reducing him to a mere emblem of extraordinary wealth. Within Mali, religious scholarship advanced for some time. The libraries of Timbuktu, Gao, and Djenné expanded their collections. Scribes and jurists reinterpreted Islamic texts in local contexts, forging a rich blend of African common culture and Islamic law. The traditions Mansa Musa championed did not vanish with his death. They enriched local life for generations. The city of Timbuktu in particular stood as a testament to that era's intellectual blossoming. Mali's social fabric seamlessly merged clan-based traditions with the universalist principles of Islam, carrying on the delicate balance that Mansa Musa had established. Eventually, by the 15th century, the Songhai Empire under Sunni Ali and later Askia Muhammad rose to eclipse Mali's dominion, seizing major centres. Mali receded, losing some gold-rich territories and vital trade corridors. Yet the echoes of Mansa Musa's brilliant rule lingered. Even as Songhai expanded, the memory of Mali's pinnacle remained deeply etched in oral histories. observers realized that Mansa Musa's achievements were not just about ephemeral gold showers. They had forged a cultural and political framework that shaped West African civilization well beyond his lifetime. The empire's eventual decline underscored how pivotal leadership can be. Mansa Musa had harnessed wealth, religion, and political savvy to unify a sprawling region. Once that synergy loosened, fragmentation crept in. Still, centuries after the empire's contraction, the name Mansa Musa resonates globally, an African monarch famed for overshadowing kings and sultans in wealth, for bridging sub-Saharan and Islamic worlds, and for exemplifying how a single visionary reign can elevate an entire civilization onto the historical stage. For centuries, the Western world largely overlooked Mansa Musa, overshadowed by narratives centered on Mediterranean or European affairs. However, in the modern era, interest in Africa's pre-colonial empires revived. Scholars sought to reclaim the achievements of societies like Mali, Songhai, and Ghana. Mansa Musa's story emerged as a standout example of African leadership, advanced trade systems, and dynamic cultural fusion. Researchers combed through Arabic chronicles, like those of Al-Umari or Ibn Khaldun, for glimpses of his reign. Griot's oral traditions offered complementary insights, though they sometimes embroidered details for dramatic effect. In the 20th century, Mansa Musa's name surfaced in debates about the African diaspora's heritage. As African nations gained independence from colonial rule, national historians highlighted figures like Musa to illustrate indigenous African states that prospered long before European influence. School textbooks in places like Mali and Senegal began devoting sections to the Mali Empire, showcasing it as a sophisticated polity. The imagery of Mansa Musa showering gold upon the poor while building mosques became a powerful symbol of African accomplishment. Yet pop culture often reduced him to the richest man who ever lived, focusing on an astronomical net worth in gold. Internet articles brandished headlines about his supposed trillions in today's currency. This oversimplification risked flattening his legacy into mere flamboyance. In reality, Musa's wealth was entangled in communal structures, trade cycles, and moral obligations shaped by Islamic teachings. He was less a solitary billionaire and more a steward of an empire's resources, dispensing them for religious and diplomatic ends. Historians caution that pegging his fortune to the modern standards distorts the medieval context. Meanwhile, academic interest turned to the intricacies of governance. Documents suggest that under Musa, Mali's legal frameworks advanced, bridging indigenous norms with Sharia-based statutes. Judges in Timbuktu or Djenné sometimes cited both local tradition and Quranic sources, forging unique rulings. Scholars in the past acknowledged Mansa Musa's ability to strike a balance between upholding Islamic orthodoxy among elites and honouring the animist customs of rural communities. This nuance fosters a deeper appreciation of his statesmanship, overshadowed in many popular accounts by tales of gold-laden caravans. Archaeology also contributed. Excavations near ancient towns in Mali uncovered remnants of fortifications or palatial complexes, though direct evidence of Musa's building projects remains sparse. The scale of urban centres suggests a well-structured realm. The design of certain mosques, featuring distinctive Sudano-Sahelian motifs and perhaps influence from Andalusian or Maghrebi styles, points to that era's architectural cross-pollination. Fragments of imported ceramics or glass from North Africa confirm robust commerce. By synthesizing textual sources with material finds, researchers sketch a more vibrant portrait of Mansa Musa's empire than older stereotypes of a dark continent. Ironically, in the 21st century, Mansa Musa's memory thrives on digital platforms. His name surfaces in social media memes or videos, claiming to unravel the secrets of the richest king. While some content oversimplifies, others use the curiosity to delve deeper, explaining the empire's trade networks or Timbuktu's scholarly heritage. In African diaspora communities, references to Mansa Musa convey pride in African intellectual and economic history. He emerges as a counterbalance to narratives that historically depicted Africa as a monolithic region of underdevelopment. Yet the real Mansa Musa remains elusive in certain regards. We lack direct diaries, and no contemporary portraits show his face. Instead, we rely on stylized images from European cartographers or rhetorical descriptions by Arab historians. He emerges as a figure of layered myth and partial documentation, someone whose actual day-to-day persona remains partly concealed. The glimpses we do have highlight a thoughtful, strategic monarch, propelled by both faith and pragmatism. His significance endures not just for the spectacle of his pilgrimage, but for how he integrated diverse societies under a unified banner. Advanced Islamic scholarship in West Africa, and influenced global perceptions of Africa's potential. Within the context of medieval globalization, he stands as an early example of how commerce, faith, and leadership can unify a wide territory. In an era typically overshadowed by European narratives, Mansa Musa's accomplishments underscore the richness of African history and the universal complexity of statecraft. Thus, the modern reappraisal of Mansa Musa blends both awe and historical caution, acknowledging the grandeur of his empire while sifting myth from fact. He was neither a simplistic figure of infinite gold nor a purely saintly monarch. Rather, he was an adept leader in a dynamic environment, harnessing commerce, religion, and diplomacy to forge a realm that resonates through the centuries, an enduring testament to Africa's storied past. Today, Mansa Musa stands among Africa's most iconic historical figures. His legacy transcends time and place, weaving into discussions of leadership, wealth, spirituality, and identity. He embodies not just a legendary monarch, but a reminder that even centuries ago, global interconnectedness shaped destinies. His empire's prosperity, gleaned from a trans-Saharan trade, offers insights into how commerce forges links across vast distances. His dedication to Islam and scholarship underscores the potency of faith in unifying diverse peoples under a cultural and ethical framework. One might ask, what can we learn from Mansa Musa's reign beyond the gold-studded anecdote? Firstly, his story highlights the value of strategic vision. He inherited a robust empire but catapulted it to new heights through conscientious policies, from codifying taxes on caravans to commissioning educational hubs. He recognized that harnessing wealth isn't solely about accumulation. Distributing it effectively, whether in philanthropic gestures or infrastructure, can amplify a leader's influence. This approach resonates in modern governance discussions, where wise resource allocation sets outstanding administrators apart from mere hoarders. Secondly, Mansa Musa's architectural and scholarly investments exemplify how cultural achievements bolster an empire's legacy. The mosques and libraries of Timbuktu, Gao, and beyond, which blossomed under his patronage, endured even after Mali's political decline. They catalyzed centuries of learning, preserving texts that remain significant historical sources. This enduring dimension of cultural capital suggests that fostering education and the arts can surpass ephemeral political wins. In a world rife with ephemeral trend-chasing, Mansa Musa's example underscores the intangible dividends of intellectual stewardship. Moreover, his experience with gold-based economics prompts reflection on the complexities of global finance. Though medieval markets differ from modern ones, Mansa Musa's distribution of gold that depressed local currencies exemplifies how large infusions of wealth can distort economies. Today's parallels might involve monetary policies, foreign direct investment, or resource booms that upend local markets. The lesson is timeless. Even generosity can have unintended consequences if not carefully calibrated to the broader economic milieu. On a more personal level, Mansa Musa illustrates how piety and power can intersect. By presenting himself as a devout Muslim, he earned credibility among Islamic polities. His approach highlights the power of genuine religious conviction, when combined with benevolence, to foster diplomatic relations. Yet, it also raises questions. To what extent did he wield religion as a political tool? We might glean that authenticity and canny statecraft can coexist, each fueling the other toward mutual benefit. For an audience grappling with modern complexities of church-state relations, Mansa Musa's example suggests nuance. Faith-based values can unify communities, but realpolitik remains essential for large-scale governance. In terms of Africa's historical narrative, Mansa Musa dispels outdated stereotypes of a continent absent of complexity. The Mali Empire's advanced administration, trading acumen, and cultural vibrancy in the 14th century counter any notion that sophisticated statecraft was exclusive to Europe or Asia. By acknowledging Mansa Musa's place in the grand tapestry of medieval history, we appreciate that Africa was fully engaged in trans-regional dialogues, its gold fueling global economies, its scholars contributing to the Islamic intellectual tradition. Lastly, The ephemeral nature of power emerges in his story. Even a realm as wealthy as Mali faced eventual decline. Mansa Musa's leadership soared, but no empire remains unchallenged forever. Subsequent shifts in trade routes, internal strife, and external expansions by Songhai underlined how reliant Mali's empire was on sustained, adept rulership. For those analysing present-day geopolitics, the lesson is that resilience hinges on structural stability, not just a single charismatic era. Legacy is shaped by continuity of governance, not a lone golden moment. In sum, Mansa Musa's tale glistens with more than gold. It resonates through layered truths, the interplay of devotion and diplomacy, the forging of alliances across desert expanses, and the enduring imprint of knowledge institutions. His memory, once overshadowed, now re-emerges in scholarly works and public fascination, signifying a broader evaluation of Africa's historical prominence. For anyone who may be mind-seeking both reflection and novelty, his saga offers a vantage point on leadership's timeless challenges. Rich in paradox, Mansa Musa's reign reveals that wealth, no matter how immense, serves best when funneled into communal uplift, melding prestige with purpose. And that perhaps is the truest legacy of the man known as Mansa Musa. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small study room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies, there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless. Determined not to stand idle, Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction, each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realized that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nisia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nisia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nisia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasizing Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nisia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realized that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nisia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nisia's plight, emphasizing that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realized, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nisia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nisia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nisia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realize those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nisia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution. direct petition to the emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nicia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guards' hostility. Flatter the empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nicia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realise how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nicia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nicia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nicia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nicia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognised that their window of opportunity to save Nicia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nicia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nicia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, "and emphasise how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic." Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nicia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nicia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nicia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of rebellion everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern. He confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nisia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the Emperor's counsellors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nisia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nisia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nisia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nisia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nisia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. "Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers." Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nisia has always shown respect for the Emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nisia's inquisitiveness meant more aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. "I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely." Tullia inclined her head. "We appreciate your fairness." She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nisia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. "I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard," he whispered. "They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment." Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nitia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nicia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nicia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. "I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nicia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious." Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. "However," Saturninus continued, "the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord." A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. "We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy." Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. "I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning." He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. "And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks." Aurelia felt her hopes waver. "Is there truly no room for clemency?" she asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. "I can arrange for Nicia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest, essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct." Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nicia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility," He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tulia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nasir was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tulia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nasir's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signalled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nisia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue. Yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nisia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nisia inside. Tulia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nisia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nisia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nisia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tulia insisted that Nisia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nisia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nisia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nisia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nisia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nisia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tulia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nisia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nisia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nisia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tulia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nisia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. "He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter," Tulia explained. "No more indefinite limbo." Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nisia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa, under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nisia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nisia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nisia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nisia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nisia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nisia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nisia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nisia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nisia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nisia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nisia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. Long before Neil Armstrong became the celestial figure of American mythology, he was a boy obsessed with the mechanics of flight. Armstrong's fascination ran deeper than the conventional narrative of an innocent child staring at the sky, dreaming of one day touching the stars. His was a mind enamoured with the intricacies of how things worked. Armstrong was born in 1931 during the peak of aviation advancement, when the design of aircraft was rapidly changing after the First World War. At age 6, he experienced his first airplane ride in a Ford trimotor, nicknamed the Tin Goose. Unlike the romanticised accounts that pervade most retellings, Armstrong's reaction wasn't one of wide-eyed wonder. Instead, his first flight triggered an analytical curiosity. According to his biographer James Hansen, young Neil spent the flight studying the pilot's movements, watching the control surfaces respond, and trying to decipher the relationship between action and reaction. His bedroom in Wapakoneta, Ohio wasn't decorated with the typical space posters that would become common in the 1950s. Instead, Armstrong built intricate model airplanes with functional control surfaces, not for display but for testing. He constructed a makeshift wind tunnel in his basement using his mother's vacuum cleaner running in reverse. While other children played baseball, Armstrong conducted aerodynamic experiments, meticulously recording results in notebooks filled with calculations beyond his years. By 16, Armstrong had earned his pilot's license before he could legally drive a car. He didn't pursue flying for the thrill or romance so commonly attributed to early aviators. For him, piloting was the practical application of engineering principles, a way to test theories against reality. This pragmatic approach followed him to Purdue University, where he studied aeronautical engineering. His professors noted that while other students were satisfied with theoretical understanding, Armstrong constantly questioned how principles might manifest in unusual flight conditions. The result wasn't the mindset of a future daredevil, but of a methodical problem solver with an engineer's attention to detail. When the Korean War interrupted his studies, Armstrong flew 78 combat missions. Military records reveal something telling about his approach. While other pilots discussed their experiences in terms of adventure or patriotic duty, Armstrong's flight reports focused on aircraft performance under stress. Armstrong viewed combat flying as an extension of his engineering studies, observing the behaviour of aircraft under extreme pressure. After returning to complete his degree, Armstrong joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, as a research test pilot. At Edwards Air Force Base, he established himself not as the stereotypical hotshot test pilot portrayed in films, but as a meticulous data gatherer. He flew the experimental X-15 rocket plane to the edge of space, reaching speeds over 4,000 miles per hour, but colleagues remember him primarily for his detailed technical debriefings rather than braggadocio about setting records. His approach to test flying reveals much about the man. Where others saw glory, Armstrong saw variables to control. Where others sought speed records, Armstrong sought understanding. Chuck Yeager, the first man to break the sound barrier, once remarked that Armstrong flew an airplane like he was wearing it. Armstrong's rare combination of engineering intellect and physical flying skill placed him in a unique position when NASA began selecting astronauts for the Gemini program. The space agency was moving beyond the Mercury program's emphasis on selecting combat pilots and military test pilots. They needed astronauts who understood spacecraft as complex systems and who could diagnose problems and implement solutions far from Earth. When Armstrong joined NASA in 1962, he brought this engineer's mindset into a program still defining what an astronaut should be. While the Mercury 7 had been promoted as the embodiment of American masculinity and daring, Armstrong represented something different. The cool rationality of the scientist-explorer, the problem solver who would navigate not by instinct but by calculation. This foundation, an engineer who happened to fly rather than a pilot who learned engineering, would prove crucial when Armstrong later faced the ultimate test above the lunar surface. The man who would become history's most famous astronaut approached spaceflight not as an adventure, but as the most complex engineering challenge humans had ever attempted. This perspective, often overlooked in the heroic narrative that followed, defined Armstrong's approach to his historic mission and shaped how he would handle its unexpected challenges. Long before he became synonymous with space exploration, Neil Armstrong faced mortality in the skies above North Korea. His experiences as a naval aviator during the Korean War, a chapter often compressed to a single line in most biographical accounts, profoundly shaped the astronaut he would become. Armstrong arrived in Korea aboard the USS Essex in August 1951, a 21-year-old ensign with minimal combat training. His assignment to Fighter Squadron 51 came during a particularly intense period of the conflict. Unlike the sanitized heroic narratives often constructed around military service, Armstrong's war experience was marked by confusion, technical failures, and brushes with death that would inform his approach to risk for decades to come. Anti-aircraft fire struck Armstrong's F-9F Panther on his very first combat mission, while he was conducting a low-altitude bombing run near Wonsan. According to squadron records rarely cited in Armstrong biographies, he managed to nurse his damaged aircraft back to friendly territory before ejecting, his first experience with the emergency procedures under genuine life or death pressure. The incident established a pattern. Throughout his combat tour, Armstrong developed a reputation not for aerial aggression, but for mechanical sympathy, an almost intuitive understanding of aircraft limitations and capabilities. In combat, most pilots treated aircraft as disposable tools, recalled squadron mate Charles Rayleigh in an oral history seldom referenced by Armstrong biographers. Armstrong treated his Panther like a partner. He seemed to sense when something wasn't right with the machine before the gauges showed trouble. This mechanical empathy came with a price. Armstrong's flight logs reveal he often volunteered to fly aircraft. Other pilots had reported as problematic, using his engineering intuition to diagnose issues during flight. This practice exposed him to greater risk but accelerated his development as a test pilot in all but name. Armstrong experienced the incident that would haunt him longest on September 3rd, 1951, during a close air support mission near the 38th parallel. While making a low strafing run, his Panther's right wing struck a cable strung across a valley by North Korean forces, an anti-aircraft trap rarely mentioned in histories of the conflict. The impact severed several feet of his wing, rendering the aircraft nearly uncontrollable. What happened next revealed Armstrong's distinctive approach to crisis. Voice recordings from the squadron radio frequency capture Armstrong calmly requesting geometric calculations from the radar intercept officer, rather than declaring an emergency. He systematically tested the aircraft's response at different airspeeds and configurations before attempting to return to friendly territory. "I've got asymmetric lift but stable control if I maintain 170 knots, he reported, displaying the analytical approach that would later characterize his response to the Gemini 8 emergency. Armstrong nursed the critically damaged aircraft back to a US-controlled airfield, executing a one-attempt landing that squadron mates described as mechanical poetry. The incident earned Armstrong the respect of veteran pilots, but also revealed a psychological quality seldom discussed in heroic narratives: his unusual relationship with fear. Post-mission debriefings reveal Armstrong never denied experiencing fear but processed it differently than many combat pilots. While others converted fear to aggression or suppressed it entirely, Armstrong appeared to transform fear into heightened analytical capacity, a trait that would serve him well in future spacecraft emergencies. By the time Armstrong completed his combat tour in 1952, he had flown 78 combat missions and earned 3 air medals. More significantly, he had developed a distinctive philosophy about human-machine interaction in high-stress environments. As he later explained to test pilot students in a rare lecture at Patuxent River Naval Air Station, "The aircraft doesn't care about your feelings. It responds to your actions. Understanding this separation is the difference between panic and problem-solving." Armstrong's combat experience informed his later career in ways rarely connected in historical accounts. His habit of exhaustively studying aircraft systems before flying them, a practice that made him exceptionally prepared for Apollo 11's complex systems, originated in Korean War survival lessons. His preference for methodical checklist procedures over improvisation stemmed from witnessing the fatal consequences of corner-cutting during combat operations. Most significantly, Korea taught Armstrong about the machinery of public myth-making. He witnessed firsthand how combat deaths were transformed into sanitized heroic narratives for public consumption, how messy realities were reshaped into cleaner stories. This experience fostered his lifelong skepticism towards simplified narratives, including those that would later be constructed around his achievements. "Korea taught me that complex events resist simple explanations," he told a Naval Aviators reunion in 1997, in comments rarely quoted in standard biographies. When people wanted to make heroes out of pilots, they overlooked that success often came from luck, and failure wasn't always tied to skill. "I tried to keep this in mind when people attempted to turn my lunar landing into something more mythic than it actually was." Armstrong emerged from the Korean War with technical skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. More importantly, he developed a philosophical approach to danger, a clear-eyed acceptance that risk was inevitable in pushing boundaries, but could be managed through preparation, system understanding, and emotional discipline. This perspective, forged in combat skies long before spacecraft were practical, would ultimately make him the ideal commander for humanity's most dangerous exploratory mission. Between Armstrong's naval service and his selection as an astronaut lies a critical 7-year period that fundamentally shaped his capabilities and approach to flight. His time as a civilian test pilot at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA, NASA's predecessor, from 1955 to 1962, represents perhaps the most technically formative chapter of his professional life, yet one that receives disproportionately little attention. During the heyday of experimental aviation, Edwards Air Force Base in the California desert served as America's premier flight test center. Armstrong arrived at Edwards Air Force Base during the transition from the jet age to the space age, a time when aircraft were consistently pushing the limits of speed, altitude, and controllability. What distinguished Armstrong from his contemporaries wasn't raw piloting talent, but a distinctive cognitive approach to experimental flying. Most test pilots approached flights as demonstrations of skill, noted Chief Engineer Walt Williams in previously unpublished interviews. Armstrong approached them as experiments with precisely defined variables. He was conducting research that happened to involve flying, rather than flying that happened to involve research. This perspective made Armstrong uniquely valuable in the X-15 program, the rocket-powered aircraft that represented humanity's first real venture to the edge of space. Unlike other test pilots who viewed the X-15 as a vehicle for setting records, Armstrong approached each flight as a data-gathering opportunity. His flight debriefings, preserved in Nekier archives but rarely cited, reveal an engineer's obsession with cause-effect relationships and system behaviours rather than performance metrics. Armstrong's most significant X-15 flight on April 20, 1962, is typically noted for reaching an altitude of 207,500 feet, the edge of space. Less discussed is how the flight nearly ended in disaster when the aircraft skipped off the atmosphere during re-entry, bouncing Armstrong's far off course. The incident required him to make split-second decisions about energy management and re-entry angle, with minimal guidance as the planned flight profile had been invalidated. The X-15 incident directly informed how I approached the lunar landing. Armstrong later explained to flight controllers during Apollo simulations. Both involved energy management problems with tight margins and degraded information. This connection between his experimental aircraft experience and lunar landing challenges reveals how Armstrong's Edwards years directly prepared him for Apollo's unique challenges. Beyond the X-15, Armstrong flew nearly 900 flights in over 50 different aircraft types during his Edwards tenure. What these flights collectively developed was an unusual perceptual ability. Armstrong could detect subtle aircraft behavioural changes that often indicated imminent problems. Test engineer Bruce Peterson described this talent. Armstrong could feel an aircraft's intentions before the instruments showed trouble. He sensed patterns in machine behaviour that others missed until the emergency was upon them. This perceptual skill became legendary in a nearly fatal incident involving the Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, an ungainly contraption nicknamed the Flying Bedstead, used to simulate lunar landing conditions on Earth. On May the 6th, 1968, while hovering 200 feet above the ground, the vehicle experienced a total propellant system failure. Armstrong detected the failure and ejected barely a half-second before the vehicle crashed, and the explosion was so narrow that analysis suggested any other pilot would have delayed recognition long enough to perish. What's rarely connected is how this incident directly informed Armstrong's later decision-making during Apollo 11's landing. The program alarm crisis during lunar descent presented a similar pattern of degraded information requiring rapid assessment. Armstrong's Edwards experience had trained him to distinguish between a manageable anomaly and a genuine emergency, which was precisely the decision he needed to make when the 1201 and 1202 alarms arose. Armstrong's Edwards years also shaped his communication style. Recordings from X-15 flights reveal his development of what flight controllers later called minimalist precision, the ability to convey complex technical information in extremely concise language. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's descent when radio communication was intermittent and every second of transmission time was needed to convey maximum information. Additionally, during the Edwards period, Armstrong gained extensive experience with fly-by-wire control systems, aircraft controlled electronically rather than through direct mechanical linkages. The lunar module represented the ultimate fly-by-wire vehicle, with control responses entirely mediated through computer systems. Armstrong's unusual comfort with these systems originated in his experimental aircraft work, where he had developed what colleagues called digital hands, the ability to adapt control inputs to computer-interpreted commands rather than direct physical feedback. Perhaps most significantly, Armstrong's Edwards tenure shaped his relationship with risk. Unlike the stereotype of the daredevil test pilot, Armstrong developed what colleagues called calibrated courage, the ability to objectively assess danger without either minimizing or exaggerating it. This perspective was captured in his response when asked about fear during X-15 flights. Fear is an emotion. Risk is a calculation. I try to ensure that calculation governs emotion. This philosophy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's final descent when Armstrong faced multiple potential abort scenarios. His Edwards experience had developed his ability to distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable risk, to recognise when continuing forward despite problems was justified and when retreat was the only rational option. This judgment, honed over hundreds of experimental flights pushing the boundaries of speed and altitude, ultimately enabled the split-second decisions that made the lunar landing possible. The Gemini program, NASA's critical bridge between the Mercury and Apollo missions, represented Armstrong's transformation from experimental test pilot to operational astronaut. His experiences during this period, particularly commanding Gemini 8, developed specific capabilities that would prove decisive during Apollo 11's lunar landing attempt. Yet this crucial developmental phase is often treated as merely a biographical stepping stone, rather than the essential preparation it truly was. Armstrong joined NASA's astronaut corps in 1962 as part of the New Nine, the second astronaut class selected when the space agency recognized that Mercury's original 7 astronauts wouldn't be sufficient for the ambitious lunar landing program. His selection itself represented a shift in NASA's astronaut requirements. Unlike the Mercury 7, who were exclusively military test pilots, Armstrong had transferred to civilian status after his naval service. This civilian background would give him a distinctive perspective on the militarized culture of early spaceflight. Gemini's objectives focused on developing the capabilities required for lunar missions, rendezvous and docking, spacewalking, and extended duration missions. Armstrong was assigned as commander of Gemini 8, scheduled to perform the program's first docking with another spacecraft, critical capability for the lunar mission architecture. His preparation for this mission revealed cognitive qualities that would later serve him during Apollo 11. Armstrong's approach to mission preparation was distinctive, recalled flight director Gene Kranz in technical debriefings rarely quoted in popular accounts. Where most astronauts focused on mastering planned procedures, Armstrong devoted equal time to imagining failure scenarios beyond what we had formerly simulated. This approach, preparing for the unexpected rather than just the expected, would prove prophetic during his Gemini flight. Gemini 8 launched on March 16, 1966, with Armstrong commanding and David Scott serving as pilot. The crew successfully rendezvoused and docked with an uncrewed Agena target vehicle, the first docking in spaceflight history. What happened next transformed a milestone success into a survival situation that revealed Armstrong's unique capabilities under extreme pressure. Approximately 30 minutes after docking, the joined vehicles began to roll unexpectedly. The rotation accelerated rapidly until the spacecraft was spinning at nearly 1 revolution per second, a rate that threatened to cause structural damage and was approaching the threshold where the astronauts would lose consciousness. Armstrong faced a critical decision with incomplete information. Was the Agena causing the roll, or was it their Gemini spacecraft? The reality, revealed in mission transcripts and technical debriefings, shows something more significant: a systematic troubleshooting process executed under extreme pressure and physiological stress. Armstrong methodically eliminated variables by undocking from the Agena, a complex procedure never practiced under emergency conditions. When the rotation worsened after separation, he correctly deduced the problem must be in the Gemini's orbital attitude and maneuvering system. The critical decision came when Armstrong bypassed standard procedure by shutting down the primary control system entirely and activating the re-entry control system, thrusters meant only for the return to Earth. This decision consumed precious fuel reserves and would force an early mission termination, but it stabilized the spacecraft and saved both astronauts' lives. 3 aspects of Armstrong's Gemini 8's performance would later prove crucial during Apollo 11. First, his information processing during the crisis revealed an unusual capacity to filter signal from noise, to identify critical variables while disregarding distractions. Second, his choices showed a readiness to depart from accepted practices when research showed they were insufficient. Third, his crew resource management showed exceptional clarity about when to act unilaterally versus when to consult mission control. The Gemini 8 emergency revealed Armstrong's defining quality as a commander: flight director Chris Kraft later observed in a NASA oral history interview. He could move seamlessly between procedural discipline and creative problem solving, knowing exactly when each approach was appropriate. That balance is much rarer than either quality alone. The aftermath of Gemini 8 proved equally revelatory about Armstrong's character. Despite saving the mission from potential catastrophe, he focused his debriefings entirely on how procedures and training could be improved. The Armstrong debrief was like nothing we'd seen before, recalled simulation supervisor Dick Coos. He systematically dismantled his performance, identifying every suboptimal decision sequence without defensiveness. It was a masterclass in professional self-analysis. This capacity for dispassionate self-critique became the standard for astronaut debriefings moving forward. More importantly, it fed directly into simulation development for Apollo missions, with emergency scenarios specifically designed to require the kind of flexible response that Armstrong had demonstrated during Gemini 8. Beyond the emergency itself, Gemini 8 developed another capability that would prove essential during Apollo 11: manual control of rendezvous and docking. While these operations were designed to be computer-guided, Armstrong's hands-on experience with orbital mechanics during Gemini gave him the confidence to take manual control during Apollo 11's landing, when the automatic system targeted a dangerous boulder field. Armstrong's Gemini experience also informed his crew relationship with Buzz Aldrin during Apollo 11. Unlike some commander-pilot pairings, Armstrong developed a collaborative approach that leveraged each astronaut's strengths. This partnership approach, with clear command authority but genuine collaboration, originated from Armstrong's assessment of crew dynamics during Gemini missions. The Gemini program developed Armstrong's distinctive communication style during operations. Mission transcripts show him adopting what linguists would call high-context communication, conveying complex information through minimal expressions with precise technical meaning. This communication economy would prove crucial during Apollo 11's landing, when transmission delays and radio interference made every word critical. Armstrong emerged from the Gemini program with a hard-earned understanding of spaceflight's operational realities, the gap between theoretical mission plans and in-flight contingencies. This perspective would prove invaluable when Apollo 11 encountered its own unexpected challenges during humanity's first attempt to land on another world. The 20 months between Armstrong's selection as Apollo 11's commander and the actual lunar mission represent perhaps the most intensive specialized training program any human has ever undertaken. This period of preparation, often reduced to generic mentions of rigorous training in popular accounts, reveals much about both Armstrong's approach to unprecedented challenges and NASA's evolving understanding of what lunar exploration would require. Training for Apollo 11 occurred against a backdrop of genuine uncertainty about lunar conditions. Despite successful Surveyor robotic landers and extensive orbital photography, fundamental questions remained about the Moon's surface properties. Would the lunar regolith support the lunar module's weight? Could humans function effectively in 1/6 gravity? How would equipment designed on Earth behave in vacuum conditions? These unknowns meant Armstrong wasn't merely training for a difficult mission, but for one with fundamental uncertainties. The central challenge of Apollo training was preparing for contingencies we couldn't fully anticipate, explained Donald K. Deke Slayton, director of flight crew operations, in a previously unpublished interview. Armstrong approached this challenge differently than other astronauts. While most astronauts sought more detailed procedures, Armstrong sought a deeper understanding of systems, which enabled him to innovate when needed. This philosophy manifested in Armstrong's distinctive approach to simulator training. While NASA scheduled approximately 400 hours of formal simulator time for each Apollo crew, Armstrong logged nearly 950 hours, with much of this additional time focused on deliberately inducing system failures beyond planned training scenarios. Simulator technicians noted his unusual requests to create compound failures, multiple systems degrading simultaneously, to test not only procedures, but also improvisation capabilities. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle, LLRV, and its training variant, the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle, LTV, represented perhaps the most challenging and dangerous aspect of Apollo preparation. These ungainly contraptions, essentially flying bedsteads powered by a jet engine, Armstrong attempted to simulate lunar landing conditions in Earth's atmosphere using hydrogen peroxide thrusters. Armstrong spent 87 hours flying these vehicles, significantly more than required despite their notorious danger. 3 of the 5 vehicles crashed during the program, including one Armstrong barely escaped from. What distinguished Armstrong's LLTV approach was his systematic exploration of control boundaries. While most astronauts used the vehicles to practice normal landings, Armstrong deliberately induced oscillations and recovery scenarios, testing how the simulated lunar module behaved at the edges of controllability. This boundary exploration would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual landing, when Armstrong needed to assess whether increasing maneuvers for redesignating the landing site remained within the vehicle's capabilities. The geological training aspect of Apollo preparation reveals another dimension of Armstrong's approach to learning. While some astronauts treated geology field training as secondary to flight preparation, Armstrong immersed himself in understanding lunar formation theories. Field notes from training sessions in Hawaii, Iceland, and New Mexico show he was particularly interested in how geological features revealed their formation history, knowledge that would help him make real-time sample collection decisions on the lunar surface. Armstrong approached geology training like an investigator, not a tourist, noted geologist Farouk Elbaz, who helped develop the training program for the Apollo science program. He wanted to understand the processes behind what he was seeing, not just identify features. This process-oriented thinking would prove valuable when making real-time decisions about which samples to collect during the limited lunar surface time. Mission planning documentation reveals Armstrong's distinctive influence on Apollo 11's operational approach. While early landing plans emphasized automated systems with minimal pilot intervention, Armstrong successfully advocated for what he called monitored autonomy, allowing the computer to perform routine operations while maintaining human override capability for critical decisions. This philosophy directly reflected his test pilot background, where he had developed a nuanced understanding of human-machine collaboration, rather than seeing automation and manual control as binary opposites. Armstrong's preparation extended beyond technical aspects to psychological readiness for uncharted territory. Unlike training for previous missions where astronauts could speak with humans who had experienced similar conditions, Apollo 11 represented a journey beyond human experience. Armstrong developed what colleagues called comfortable uncertainty, the ability to prepare thoroughly while acknowledging that complete preparation was impossible. The distinctive quality Armstrong brought to Apollo training was epistemological humility, observed Apollo flight director Glyn Lunny in an oral history interview. He recognized that our models of lunar conditions were approximations at best and maintained intellectual flexibility about what they might actually encounter. This open-minded approach, combined with rigorous preparation, created a unique readiness for genuine unknowns. Communication training revealed another dimension of Armstrong's preparation philosophy. Recognizing that transmission quality between Earth and the Moon would be limited by technology and distance, he developed a distinctive communication economy. Training transcripts show him systematically reducing message length while preserving critical information, a skill that would prove essential during the landing, when every second of communication time was precious. Perhaps most revealing was Armstrong's approach to failure simulation. While most astronauts preferred to focus on successful outcomes with occasional emergencies, Armstrong regularly requested what trainers called cascading failure scenarios, situations where initial problems triggered subsequent complications. This approach reflected his understanding that real emergencies rarely follow textbook patterns, but instead evolve unpredictably as systems interact. Armstrong's training philosophy was captured in a note he wrote to flight controllers before a particularly difficult simulation. Today, let's make the task as hard as possible. On the actual mission, we can only hope it will be easier than what we've practiced. This mindset, preparing beyond worst-case scenarios, created psychological margin that would prove crucial during Apollo 11's actual challenges. By the time Armstrong boarded Apollo 11 in July of 1969, he had developed not just technical proficiency, but a cognitive approach uniquely suited to exploration beyond human experience. His preparation had built not just skills, but a philosophical framework for navigating the unknown, a framework that would guide humanity's first steps onto another world. The 13 minutes between the separation of Apollo 11's lunar module Eagle from the command module and its landing on the Moon may have been its most crucial. Although typically simplified to computer alerts and fuel worries, this brief descent phase entailed a complex cascade of technological problems and human decisions that highlight Apollo's genuine accomplishment and Armstrong's distinctive contributions. Armstrong and Aldrin were actively navigating an unfamiliar environment as Eagle began its powered descent into the lunar surface. The landing course was plotted using lunar orbital photos with low resolution, which left surface conditions unknown. Because of this information gap, the crew had to combine real-time observations with pre-programmed guidance, which was harder than expected. At 4 minutes into the descent, Armstrong realised the lunar module's autonomous guidance system was pointing them toward a landing place that didn't fit pre-mission planning. Voice records show him quietly telling Aldrin, "We're headed for the edge of that crater." Armstrong saw the unanticipated hazards of West Crater, a 180-metre-wide dip ringed by a dangerous boulder field not seen in mission preparation photos. This observation led to the first significant decision: accept the computer's landing area or intervene. Mission transcripts analysed the problem more deeply than articles. Armstrong methodically assessed surface dangers, fuel margins, landing radar dependability, and position relative to planned landing coordinates. Over 20 crucial system parameters and precise spacecraft attitude were monitored during this multi-dimensional risk assessment. Armstrong had to redo trajectory calculations the MIT-designed guidance computer had spent thousands of CPU cycles on to manually redesignate the landing area. He had to visually select a safe landing zone, estimate its coordinates relative to their position, and evaluate if they had enough fuel. The cognitive test was performed while flying an unstable spacecraft with handling characteristics unlike any aircraft on Earth. The redesignation maneuver wasn't just piloting skill, said David Scott, Armstrong's lunar landing training partner. It required mental modelling of orbital mechanics, propulsion capabilities, and surface topography simultaneously, essentially doing complex engineering calculations in real time while flying the spacecraft. The guidance computer's 1201 and 1202 warnings complicated an already difficult situation. These warnings showed the machine was overloaded, restarting and dropping lower priority functions. Although mission control didn't order an abort, these alarms caused Armstrong and Aldrin to adjust for sensor data fluctuations. Popular versions rarely mention that Armstrong managed 3 control modes throughout the descent. He monitored the primary guidance system, was aware of the abort guidance system, which might be employed if the primary system failed, and prepared for human control if both systems failed. His mental tracking of several parallel systems reflected his test pilot years, always being aware of fallback possibilities. Armstrong took over human control in P-66 mode when Eagle plummeted below 500 feet, giving rate of descent commands while the computer maintained attitude. Human-machine collaboration matched Armstrong's balanced automation strategy throughout mission preparation. An experienced test pilot analysing aircraft response uses modest, precise modifications followed by periods of observation in his control inputs throughout this phase. The radio discussion between Armstrong and Aldrin during the final descent shows how optimised communication helps people perform under duress. They discussed altitude, velocity, fuel condition, and hazard notifications with little outside commentary. They had simulated thousands of hours to perfect their speech communication to provide the most information with less distraction. Armstrong suffered dust obscuration as Eagle reached the surface. Exhaust from the descent engine created a blinding dust cloud over lunar objects. Armstrong later sought shadows, rocks, or something that would give me a clue to velocity and altitude, but visual references became harder to see. Late in the flight, sensory loss prompted him to rely increasingly on instrument data, requiring rapid perceptual adaptation. Landing on the moon was doubtful. The lunar module's legs had crushable aluminum honeycomb to buffer landing stresses, but no one understood how it would react. Armstrong kept the descending engine at minimum thrust until stable contact in the last seconds, preparing for rebound or sideways movement. Radio call contact light, followed by engine stop and Houston Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, conceals Armstrong and Aldrin's complicated shutdown routine. Within seconds of landing, they had to establish a stable position, shut down the descent engine, switch various systems to surface mode, and prepare for an emergency ascent if surface circumstances were unstable. Armstrong's cognitive bandwidth control during the landing was amazing. During the descent, he monitored over 30 system parameters, processed changing visual information, calculated fuel and trajectory, communicated with Aldrin and mission control, and manually controlled the spacecraft in an unfamiliar environment. This cognitive multitasking may have been the most difficult operational environment ever. The landing changed humanity's relationship with the universe beyond the technological feat. Armstrong and Aldrin broke a boundary that had defined human existence since our species emerged, being creatures of a single world by going from orbit to Earth. The drop from orbit to the land was a technical operation and a lasting human expansion beyond Earth. The landing confirmed a human-machine integration strategy that would shape decades of exploration. Armstrong's blend of automation and manual control set a precedent for modern spaceflight, trusting computers with mundane tasks and humans with vital judgments. Armstrong believed that exploration required technology improvement and human adaptation, not just one. It also emphasizes the need to simplify technical concepts without oversimplifying. This communication method helped Armstrong explain issues without panicking during the landing. Armstrong's fame association was maybe the most shocking selection criterion. NASA realized that whoever led the first landing would face tremendous celebrity as Apollo neared its peak. Some psychological tests found Armstrong had exceptional immunity to the distorting effects of public attention. Armstrong performed consistently under pressure, unlike other astronauts who became more cautious or irresponsible. The choice was controversial. Some NASA employees suggested choosing charismatic astronauts to garner public attention. Others preferred combat-experienced military candidates. Internal papers showed disagreement about whether Armstrong's reservedness would reduce the mission's inspiration. The conclusion hinged on judgment under uncertainty, which is hard to quantify. The lunar landing would require maneuvers that Earth cannot replicate. Later, flight director Chris Kraft said, "We needed someone who could make the right decision when there was no right answer." Armstrong showed his courage in real life during the Gemini 8 emergency. When Armstrong, Aldrin and Collins were assigned to Apollo 11 in January 1969, public attention centered on their technical capabilities. Behind closed doors, NASA knew that the first lunar landing required more than piloting skill. It required a commander who could handle history without being crushed. NASA's changing leadership philosophy for space exploration influenced Armstrong's selection. The perfect commander for humanity's first steps on another globe wasn't the best pilot or most authoritative personality, but someone whose identity could fade behind the achievement. NASA found a commander in Armstrong who never let his ego overshadow humanity's success. The opening question, did Neil Armstrong actually walk on the moon, reflects one of the most persistent current conspiracy theories. Exploring moon landing denialism's history reveals Armstrong's legacy and cultural concerns about technology, trust, and American identity. Contrary to popular belief, conspiracy theories about the moon landing began immediately after Apollo 11, not in the US. In 1970, the Soviet-aligned International Organization of Journalists published America's Journey to the Moon, Scientific Feat or Political Bluff, which made the first major charges of fakery. This story demonstrates how Cold War rhetoric, not technology, initially fueled Apollo's battle. People rarely discuss Neil Armstrong's direct interaction with these notions. A Belgrade resident told Armstrong the landing was recorded in Hollywood during the post-Apollo goodwill trip. In State Department records but rarely cited, Armstrong said, "If it was a Hollywood production, I'd have demanded a better script and more comfortable costumes." He always responded to conspiracy accusations with wit rather than outrage. As American suspicion of government increased after Vietnam and Watergate, conspiracy theories changed considerably in the mid-1970s. Bill Kaysing's self-published pamphlet We Never Went to the Moon changed moon hoax arguments from foreign propaganda to home skepticism in 1976. Armstrong privately wrote to fellow astronauts that distrust of achievement has become more threatening to progress than technical limitations. Scientific investigation has disproven conspiracy theorists' technical claims, waving flags, missing stars, illumination anomalies. Understanding why these views endure despite overwhelming evidence is more revealing. Moon landing denial is significantly linked to proportionality bias, the tendency to believe significant events must have equally significant causes, according to sociological studies. The idea that humanity's greatest adventure could be completed with ordinary human effort, albeit amazing coordination, seems insufficient to match its psychological impact. Armstrong understood this psychological aspect of Vietnam. In a rare interview in 1999, he said, "The conspiracy theories aren't really about the moon. They're about the uncomfortable reality that humans can accomplish things that seem impossible through processes too complex for any individual to fully comprehend." Armstrong's lifelong emphasis on systems thinking above heroism is shown by this revelation. Moon hoax beliefs flourished online, creating echo chambers where denialism could thrive without evidence. 1999 polls showed that about 72% of Americans denied the moon landings, a proportion that has remained consistent despite new information. This tenacity gives insight into how some people handle trust, evidence, and authority. Armstrong's co-workers handled conspiracy claims differently. Other astronauts debated technical issues as Buzz Aldrin punched a persistent skeptic. Armstrong kept quiet on public platforms, but addressed the concerns in schools. He told a university audience, "Directly addressing conspiracy theories legitimizes them. Better to motivate the future generation to exceed our achievements than defend history." Conspiracy theories changed revealingly. Early versions claimed radiation, technology, or physics impeded the travel. After disproving each claim, speculation switched to purported motivations: Cold War competition, military purposes, and more intricate conspiracy frameworks. Moon landing denial led to greater rejection of institutional knowledge, reflecting American conspiracy thinking. The documentary Operation Avalanche of 2016 explored the conspiracy by imagining a moon landing scam. Armstrong declined the project but reportedly watched a screening and told associates, "They've made faking it seem far more complicated than actually doing it." This episode explains why moon hoax theories fail. The conspiracy requires more players, technology, and coordination than lunar expeditions. Armstrong saw moon landing denial as a philosophical challenge, not a personal insult. Friends say he saw it as educational failure rather than malice, consequence of science education that emphasized facts over procedure. In his final years, he oriented educational donations towards scientific methodology and critical thinking programs rather than knowledge acquisition. The question of whether Armstrong walked on the moon exposes American society's tensions between technical achievement and humanistic meaning, institutional authority and individual skepticism, and national narrative and personal identity. Armstrong understood this intricacy and saw that his moonwalk had become a test of how individuals connect to communal achievement. During a congressional hearing 2 years prior to his demise, Armstrong addressed conspiracy theories without directly confronting them, asserting that knowledge is not a finite resource. "I can walk on the moon without your believing, but your disbelief may prevent you from attaining the impossible." Armstrong's remark shows that the moon landing was more than a physical feat. It symbolized human possibilities. Moon landing conspiracy theories persist despite overwhelming evidence from multiple missions, independent verification from other countries' space agencies, and retroreflectors still working on the moon. This says something about historical truth in the modern era. The moon landing is unusual in that it was widely documented, but just a few people witnessed it. Armstrong understood this epistemic issue. He emphasized in private letters with historians that space exploration produced a new category of human knowledge that required collective confidence because it could not be independently validated. This knowledge guided his lifelong focus on education that taught how to analyze facts and draw conclusions. After July 1969, the topic, "Did Neil Armstrong really walk on the moon?" becomes more about how cultures establish shared reality. Armstrong's legacy may not be lunar dust, but his example of how human success exceeds individual capacity through collaboration and common purpose, a truth no conspiracy theory can change. The man who took that little step realized that humanity's greatest achievements are defined by how they increase human possibility, not by who does them. This means that whether someone believes in the moon landing is less important than if it encourages them to push themselves. In his final public engagement, Armstrong reminded pupils, "Our sight is limited by the horizon. Moving the horizon is progress." The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate, while ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility. She also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on Earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The boy who would reshape continents took his first breath in the shadow of the Altai Mountains. Kublai Khan came into the world in 1215, not as the obvious heir to power, but as the fourth son of Tolui and Sorghaghtani Beki. While his grandfather Genghis Khan carved an empire with blood and thunder, young Kublai's education took a different path, one that would eventually redefine what it meant to rule the largest contiguous land empire in history. Unlike his brothers, who mastered horseback archery before they could properly speak, Kublai found his early calling in the quieter pursuits of the mind. Sorghaghtani, his Nestorian Christian mother, made a calculated decision that history would later vindicate. While ensuring her son possessed the riding and shooting skills expected of Mongol nobility, she also engaged Chinese scholars to tutor him in Confucian classics, Buddhist philosophy, and the sophisticated administrative techniques of sedentary civilizations. This unconventional upbringing wasn't merely academic indulgence, it was strategic foresight. Sorghaghtani recognized that conquering China, the wealthiest and most complex society on Earth, would require more than military might. It would demand cultural understanding and administrative finesse that no Khan before had possessed. "The bow conquers the throne," went an old Mongol saying, "but ink preserves it." Kublai internalized this wisdom in ways his predecessors never had. While his grandfather and uncles ruled from horseback and felt most comfortable in the open steppe, Kublai developed a fascination with urban life and permanent structures. As a young man, he constructed an experimental Chinese-style palace in the Mongolian heartland, a move that scandalized traditionalists who saw dwelling in anything but felt tense as an affront to their nomadic identity. This cultural flexibility extended to religion as well. Though raised by a Christian mother, Kublai never fully embraced her faith. Instead, he developed an intellectual's appreciation for philosophical Buddhism while maintaining traditional Mongol shamanic practices for political expediency. This religious pragmatism would later become a cornerstone of his imperial policy. What's often overlooked is how Kublai's early governance in northern China served as a laboratory for his later imperial vision. Appointed as viceroy to Chinese territories in 1251 by his brother Mongke Khan, Kublai surrounded himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds. The Tibetan Lama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa became a spiritual mentor, while Chinese Confucian scholars like Liu Bingzhong helped him navigate the labyrinthine traditions of Chinese bureaucracy. In these formative years, Kublai's governance style emerged, where other Mongol princes treated conquered territories merely as sources of plunder and tax revenue. He attempted to integrate local elites into his administration and adapt governance to regional conditions. This approach provoked criticism from Mongol traditionalists who viewed such accommodation as weakness, yet it laid the groundwork for his later ability to maintain control over vastly different cultural regions. Perhaps most telling about Kublai's character was his relationship with Chabi, his principal wife. Unlike the purely political marriages common among Mongol nobility, their partnership evolved into a genuine intellectual collaboration. Historical records suggest Chabi's influence moderated some of Kublai's harsher tendencies and encouraged his interest in Chinese culture. She advocated for policies protecting Chinese civilians during military campaigns and influenced appointments of moderate officials in his early administration. The Mongol Empire faced a pivotal moment when Mongke unexpectedly passed away in 1259. Kublai's younger brother Arik Burka seized the opportunity to claim the Great Khanate, rallying traditionalists who resented Kublai's perceived cultural apostasy. What followed was not merely a succession dispute, but an ideological battle for the empire's soul. Would the Mongols remain conquerors who ruled from horseback or transform into administrators of a multi-ethnic empire? The ensuing civil war demonstrated Kublai's strategic patience. Rather than immediately marching on the Mongolian heartland, where Arik's traditionalist support was strongest, he consolidated power in northern China, securing agricultural resources and tax revenues that would eventually finance his campaign. This decision, prioritizing economic infrastructure over symbolic homelands, revealed the pragmatic ruler he was becoming. The Tuluid civil war that erupted after Mongke's death pitted not just brother against brother, but competing visions for the Mongol future. While most historical accounts frame this conflict through military campaigns, the deeper struggle occurred in the halls of governance and finance. Kublai's 4-year campaign against Arik Burke featured an innovation that distinguished it from previous Mongol succession disputes: the systematic use of economic warfare. Controlling the agricultural heartland of northern China, Kublai restricted grain shipments to the Mongolian steppe, where Arik's supporters struggled to feed their families and livestock. This approach minimized direct military confrontation while steadily eroding his opponent's base of support. Throughout this conflict, Kublai demonstrated unexpected restraint toward captured enemies. After his final victory in 1264, he spared Arik's life, a mercy uncommonly extended in Mongol politics, though Arik would die mysteriously just 2 years later while in Kublai's custody. This initial clemency was notable for a man whose grandfather had created mountains of skulls across Central Asia. The war's resolution left Kublai as Great Khan in name, but the empire's fracturing had begun. The Western Khanates, the Golden Horde in Russia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Ilkhanate in Persia, acknowledged Kublai's position with decreasing sincerity. Each pursued increasingly independent policies, rendering the title of Great Khan more symbolic than practical beyond East Asia. This reality shaped Kublai's vision. Rather than exhausting resources trying to reimpose central authority across the sprawling Mongol domains, he focused eastward, turning his grandfather's conquest into something new, a Chinese-style dynasty with Mongol characteristics. In 1271, at the age of 56, Kublai made this transformation official by proclaiming the Yuan dynasty. The name itself, meaning origin or beginning in Chinese, signalled his intent to establish not just a continuation of Mongol rule, but a legitimate Chinese imperial regime. This declaration came with a comprehensive adoption of Chinese imperial institutions, from 6 administrative ministries to elaborate court rituals. Yet beneath the Chinese imperial facade, Kublai maintained distinctly Mongol power structures. He instituted what historians later called the four-class system, arranging his subjects in a strict hierarchy. Mongols at the top, followed by Central Asian Muslims and other non-Chinese peoples, the Semu, then Northern Chinese, and finally Southern Chinese at the bottom. This system ensured Mongol military and political dominance while incorporating useful talents from all groups. Kublai's administrative innovations were practical responses to governance challenges. Unable to read Chinese himself, he commissioned the creation of the Feigi's Pe script, a writing system that could transcribe multiple languages, including Mongolian and Chinese. This script appeared on official seals and currency, allowing communication across linguistic divides within his administration. His legal system represented a similar hybrid approach. Rather than imposing Mongol customary law universally or adopting Chinese legal traditions wholesale, Kublai created a tiered system where different ethnic groups were judged according to different legal standards. Mongols answered to traditional Mongol law, Muslims to Islamic law, and Chinese to modified Tang dynasty codes. Perhaps most revealing of Kublai's intellectual character was his establishment of the Muslim Astronomical Observatory in Beijing. While previous rulers might have consulted astrologers before campaigns, Kublai assembled a multicultural scientific team, including Chinese, Muslim, and even European scholars, to improve calendar systems, develop navigational tools, and study celestial phenomena. This institution reflected his genuine intellectual curiosity and recognition that knowledge from diverse traditions could serve practical governance. The Khan's personal habits similarly blended traditions. While maintaining the Mongol custom of hunting expeditions, Kublai transformed these into elaborate affairs combining Chinese imperial pageantry with steppe traditions. His hunting park at Xanadu, made famous centuries later by Coleridge's poem, featured not only game reserves but also agricultural demonstrations and botanical collections, reflecting his interest in natural sciences. By the time he consolidated his position as Emperor of China, Kublai Khan had evolved from a Mongol prince with Chinese tutors into something history had not seen before. A ruler equally comfortable discussing Confucian ethics, Buddhist cosmology, and the practical logistics of cavalry warfare. Perhaps most revolutionary was Dadu's religious landscape. Previous Chinese capitals had hierarchically arranged temples reflecting imperial orthodoxy. Kublai instead created what might be considered the world's first deliberately multi-religious imperial capital. Buddhist temples stood alongside Taoist sanctuaries, Confucian academies, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, and even a Jewish synagogue. This arrangement wasn't merely tolerant, it was strategically pluralistic, allowing the emperor to draw legitimacy from multiple religious traditions simultaneously. The city's demographic composition reflected equally revolutionary thinking. While traditional Chinese capitals segregated foreigners in designated quarters, Dadu integrated multiple ethnic neighborhoods throughout its urban fabric. Specialized craft districts developed where artisans from across the empire, Uyghur papermakers, Persian astronomers, Tibetan Thangka painters, and Chinese porcelain masters lived and worked in proximity, creating unprecedented cultural exchange. Security considerations shaped the city in distinctive ways. Unlike previous Chinese capitals where the imperial precinct stood at the center, Dadu's palace complex was positioned against the northern wall, allowing for an emergency escape route to the Mongol heartlands if rebellion threatened. The imperial hunting preserve adjacent to the city served dual purposes: recreation for the court and a buffer zone that could be rapidly militarized in crisis. What's rarely appreciated about Dadu is how its construction stimulated technological innovation. The massive demand for building materials accelerated the development of mass production techniques for standardized bricks and roof tiles. The need to transport these materials efficiently prompted improvements in canal boat design and lock systems. The imperial workshops established to furnish the palace complex became facilities for technical exchange, where Persian glass-blowing techniques merged with Chinese porcelain traditions. By the time foreign visitors like Marco Polo arrived at Kublai's court, Dadu had already transformed from a construction project to a functioning imperial capital. Its population surpassed 500,000, making it among the world's largest cities. Its markets offered goods from as far away as Madagascar and Scandinavia. Its libraries housed texts in dozens of languages, and at its centre sat a ruler whose very environment now reflected his unique position, neither fully Mongol nor Chinese, but something history had never witnessed before. While Kublai Khan's continental conquests earn prominent attention in most historical accounts, his maritime ambitions and their spectacular failures reveal perhaps more about the limitations of his imperial vision than his successes on land ever could. The Khan who conquered the Sung dynasty did not simply inherit China's existing naval capacity, he dramatically expanded it, creating the largest maritime force Asia had seen up to that point. By 1274, Kublai controlled over 5,000 ships, from river patrol vessels to massive ocean-going warships. His shipyards along the Yangtze and in Korea constructed vessels that dwarfed anything found in European waters during the same period. What drove this continental ruler toward maritime expansion? The answer lies partly in economic calculation. By the 1270s, maritime trade routes connected East Asia with Southeast Asia, India, and the Middle East in a network that transported more wealth than the traditional Silk Road ever had. Controlling these sea lanes promised greater revenue than taxing caravan trade. Additionally, Kublai recognized that naval power could outflank regional rivals who might block land routes. The expeditions against Japan in 1274 and 1281 represent more than failed conquests. They mark critical turning points in East Asian military history. The first invasion fleet comprised approximately 900 ships carrying an estimated 23,000 troops, including Mongol, Chinese, and Korean contingents. Contemporary Japanese accounts describe these vessels employing technologies unfamiliar to Japanese defenders, including early explosive weapons derived from Chinese gunpowder developments. What's seldom acknowledged is how these invasions accelerated military technology transfer across East Asia. The Korean shipwrights drafted into Kublai's service brought their distinctive hull designs and sailing techniques into Chinese shipyards. Mongol cavalry tactics were adapted for marine landings. Chinese siege engineers developed floating platforms for their trebuchets. This cross-cultural military synthesis created entirely new approaches to naval warfare. The infamous kamikaze or divine wind typhoons that scattered both invasion fleets have become central to the narrative of Kublai's Japanese campaigns. However, evidence suggests the second expedition in 1281 faced significant problems even before the storm struck. Coordination between the Korean and southern Chinese fleet components proved nearly impossible due to different maritime traditions and command structures. Ships designed for different waters, the relatively protected Korean coast versus the open East China Sea, found themselves inappropriately deployed. Archaeological excavations of the invasion fleet wrecks near Takashima Island have revealed fascinating details about Kublai's naval technology. The recovered vessels show a surprising standardization of construction techniques, suggesting mass production methods that anticipated European shipbuilding approaches by centuries. Recovered weapons include sophisticated composite bows designed specifically for marine combat and early grenades with ceramic casings, technologies that would not appear in European naval warfare until much later. Less known than the Japanese campaigns were Kublai's naval expeditions to Southeast Asia. Between 1278 and 1287, he dispatched multiple fleets to various parts of what are now Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia. These expeditions faced challenges different from those in Japan. Tropical diseases decimated northern troops, and dense river systems negated the mobility advantages of Mongol cavalry once they landed. The campaign against Java in 1293 represented the furthest extension of Kublai's maritime reach, nearly 3,500 miles from his capital, and encountered unique difficulties. Local understanding of monsoon timing gave Javanese forces a decisive advantage. When Kublai's fleet arrived, they found harbours empty of trading vessels they had hoped to capture, and coastal areas already harvested of food supplies. The 1293 expedition ultimately returned with tribute but failed to establish lasting control, demonstrating the logistical limitations of projecting power across such distances. What truly distinguished Kublai's maritime ventures from previous Chinese naval operations was their hybrid nature. His fleets incorporated personnel and techniques from multiple traditions: Chinese navigational knowledge, Korean shipbuilding, Mongol command structures, and even Muslim navigators familiar with Indian Ocean conditions. Ships carried multiple types of provisions to accommodate diverse crews, including kumis, fermented mare's milk, for Mongol officers alongside rice for Chinese sailors. Perhaps most tellingly, these naval expeditions altered Kublai himself. Court records describe him becoming increasingly fascinated with maritime technologies. He personally interviewed returning captains, collected nautical maps, and commissioned treatises on Southern Ocean navigation. The Khan, who had begun his career as a steppe horseman, eventually developed such appreciation for maritime affairs that he established specialized schools for navigational astronomy and map-making in his capital. Yet despite these innovations, Kublai's maritime ambitions ultimately represented imperial overreach. The failed campaigns consumed enormous resources. The second Japanese expedition alone is estimated to have cost nearly 2 years' tax revenue from all of Korea. These expenses, combined with the massive costs of building and maintaining Dadu, placed strains on the imperial treasury that would have long-term consequences for Yuan dynasty stability. Among the overlooked dimensions of Kublai Khan's rule was his pioneering use of food as an instrument of statecraft. The imperial kitchen became a microcosm of his broader imperial project, a space where cultural synthesis wasn't merely symbolic but tangibly experienced through daily ritual and sustenance. The court's dining practices reflected Kublai's complex cultural positioning. Unlike previous Mongol rulers who maintained strict nomadic eating habits even after conquests, Kublai orchestrated elaborate culinary performances that strategically deployed traditions from across his domains. Court banquets featured carefully choreographed sequences of dishes representing different territories: steppe kumis followed by northern Chinese wheat buns, southern rice preparations, Central Asian pilaf, and Persian sweets. Archaeological excavations at the Yuan Palace complex have revealed specialized kitchen areas for different culinary traditions, each with distinct equipment and dedicated staff. The Imperial Food Service employed over 12,000 people, including hunters, farmers, butchers, cooks, servers, and food tasters, making it one of the largest court departments. This elaborate system served both practical and symbolic functions, ensuring the Khan's security through careful food preparation while demonstrating his dominion over diverse resources and traditions. Kublai maintained certain Mongol dietary customs that visibly distinguished him from Chinese emperors. He continued the steppe tradition of the White Feast, featuring dairy products, alongside the Red Feast, featuring meat. His preference for mare's milk, erag, and dried meat strips proclaimed his Mongol identity, even as he adopted Chinese administrative practices. Yet he strategically incorporated Chinese imperial food customs when politically expedient, particularly during ceremonies attended by Chinese officials. What distinguished Kublai's approach from simple cultural accommodation was its systematic nature. Court records detail elaborate protocols for determining which culinary traditions would be featured at which events, with specific foods functioning as diplomatic signals. When receiving emissaries from Tibet, the court served butter tea prepared in the Tibetan style, despite the Khan's personal dislike for it. Muslim diplomats were presented with meals prepared according to halal requirements, overseen by Muslim cooks maintained specifically for such occasions. The Khan's personal dining regimen combined medical theories from multiple traditions. His physicians included practitioners of Chinese medicine, Islamic Unani medicine, and traditional Mongol shamanic healing. Each contributed dietary recommendations that were synthesized into the Khan's eating plan. Contemporary accounts describe medicinal soups combining Chinese herbs, Central Asian spices, and ingredients from as far as India, prepared according to schedules aligning with both Chinese cosmological calendars and Islamic medical timing. Kublai's famous hunting expeditions at his summer capital of Xanadu, Shangdu, featured elaborate outdoor feasting that merged Mongol traditions with imperial Chinese ritual. These events, which could involve thousands of participants, followed precisely choreographed sequences. The Khan would first honour his ancestors with traditional Mongol offerings, then participate in the hunt itself, culminating in a feast where animals killed during the hunt were prepared using techniques from multiple culinary traditions. The multicultural composition of Kublai's court created unprecedented culinary exchange. Chinese techniques for fermenting vegetables spread northward into Mongolia. Mongol methods for preserving meat influenced Chinese practices. Persian fruit cultivation techniques transformed gardens around Dadu. This cross-cultural exchange accelerated the development of what would later be recognized as distinct regional Chinese cuisines. Some of Kublai's most effective diplomatic deployments of food occurred during his interactions with foreign emissaries. According to Marco Polo's account, visitors were first served familiar foods from their homelands, prepared by cooks who specifically researched foreign techniques, before being gradually introduced to Mongol and Chinese delicacies. This culinary progression mirrored the broader diplomatic process of establishing comfort before negotiation. One of Kublai's most significant culinary innovations was the development of imperial food supply chains that connected distant ecological zones. Specialized imperial farms around Dadu cultivated fruits and vegetables from across Eurasia. Fast horse relay stations, primarily developed for military and administrative communication, were adapted to transport perishable delicacies. Court records note shipments of fresh seafood from the Yellow Sea, reaching the imperial table within days of harvest, and fruits from tropical southern provinces arriving in edible condition at the northern capital. Archaeological evidence from Yuan dynasty elite tombs reveals the material culture supporting this culinary cosmopolitanism. Burial goods include Persian-influenced metal serving vessels alongside Chinese porcelain and Mongol ceremonial cups. This material hybridization reflected the lived experience of dining at Kublai's court, where the vessels themselves communicated political messages about cultural synthesis and imperial reach. By the later years of his reign, Kublai's court cuisine had evolved into something distinctly different from both traditional Mongol fare and Chinese imperial dining. It represented a third tradition, a Yuan court cuisine that embodied in edible form the Khan's vision of universal rule transcending ethnic and cultural boundaries, a sensory embodiment of his new type of empire. Beyond his military campaigns and architectural ambitions, Kublai Khan's most enduring innovation may have been his transformation of how information moved through and shaped his vast domains. Under his direction, the Mongol Empire evolved from a conquest state into an information empire whose administrative sophistication would influence East Asian governance for centuries. The cornerstone of this transformation was Kublai's development of the world's most extensive postal relay system. Building upon the Mongol Yam network established by Genghis Khan, Kublai systematically expanded and formalized this communications infrastructure until it encompassed over 1,400 postal stations across East Asia. Unlike earlier iterations that primarily served military coordination, Kublai's postal system became a comprehensive information network supporting administrative governance. What made this system revolutionary was its unprecedented speed and reliability. Official communications could travel up to 250 miles per day, a pace unmatched anywhere else in the medieval world. This goal was achieved through a precisely organized relay system, where stations were positioned approximately 25 to 30 miles apart, the distance a horse could gallop at speed before requiring replacement. Special passport tablets, paisa, issued in silver, gold, or platinum indicated the bearer's authority level and determined how many horses they could requisition and how quickly local stations needed to respond. The scale of this operation was staggering. Historical records indicate that at its peak, the system maintained approximately 300,000 horses, employed tens of thousands of riders and station personnel, and delivered not just messages, but also officials, tax shipments, and commercial goods deemed important to imperial interests. The entire system operated under the jurisdiction of a specialized ministry whose records documented every horse, rider, and parcel in motion across the empire. This communications infrastructure enabled another of Kublai's innovations, standardized administrative reporting. Local officials throughout the realm were required to submit regular reports on population, agricultural production, weather conditions, and local events according to standardized formats. These reports flowed upward through provincial centers to the capital, creating what historians now recognize as one of history's first systematic government information gathering operations. The bureaucracy Kublai established to process this information was equally innovative. Unable to staff the entire administration with Mongols, who lacked experience in managing sedentary populations, he created a multi-ethnic civil service that included Chinese scholar officials, Uyghur financial experts, Persian astronomers, and Tibetan religious administrators. Most notably, he established specialized training academies where officials from different backgrounds learned standardized administrative methods. creating institutional knowledge that transcended individual cultural traditions. Particularly significant was Kublai's approach to language within this bureaucracy. Rather than imposing a single imperial language, as most conquering regimes did, he developed a sophisticated translation system. Key documents were produced in multiple scripts, including Chinese, Mongolian Fagspa script, Uyghur, Persian, and Tibetan. The Imperial Secretariat included dedicated translation bureaus for each major language group within the empire, ensuring that directives from the centre could be accurately implemented across diverse regions. The wealth of data flowing into Dadu enabled novel approaches to governance. Kublai pioneered large-scale statistical compilation to monitor agricultural production, population trends, and tax collection efficiency. When unusual patterns appeared, such as unexpected population declines or harvest yields, specialized investigators would be dispatched via the postal system to assess conditions directly. This feedback loop created a more responsive imperial administration than previous Chinese dynasties had achieved. Perhaps most remarkable was Kublai's development of paper currency as an instrument of economic integration. While paper money had existed in China previously, Kublai expanded its use and standardized its implementation across his territories. The notes issued under his authority, backed by silver reserves and carrying stern warnings against counterfeiting, facilitated commerce across regions with different traditional currencies and commodity standards. These notes represented more than economic policy. They were information technology that allowed the centre to influence distant markets. By controlling the quantity of currency in circulation, the Khan's financial ministers could respond to regional economic conditions more quickly than physical commodity money would allow. When Marco Polo described these paper that passes for money to European audiences, he was documenting not just a curious foreign practice, but one of history's most advanced economic control systems. The information infrastructure extended beyond government administration into the realm of scientific knowledge. Kublai established specialized bureaus for astronomical observation, cartography, historical documentation, and medical research. Each was tasked with systematically collecting and synthesizing knowledge from across Eurasia. The Astronomical Bureau, for instance, combined Chinese calendrical traditions with Islamic mathematical techniques and Tibetan astrological concepts to create more accurate predictive systems. By the middle of Kublai's reign, this multifaceted information system had transformed governance across East Asia. Officials who might never travel to the capital nevertheless operated within standardized protocols established there. Regional variations in administration certainly persisted. The system was too vast for perfect uniformity, but the overall effect was a degree of integration previously unachievable across such diverse territories. As Kublai Khan entered his 7th decade, the contradictions inherent in his imperial project began to manifest more acutely. The years between 1280 and his death in 1294 reveal a ruler grappling with the limitations of his vision and the mounting costs of maintaining the world's largest empire. While historical accounts often attribute the challenges of Kublai's later years to personal decline, his increasing corpulence, episodes of gout, and deepening reliance on alcohol, closer examination reveals systemic pressures that would have challenged even a younger, more vigorous ruler. The very success of his Chinese-style administrative state created unsustainable financial burdens that the empire's economic base struggled to support. The construction and maintenance of Dadu alone consumed resources on an unprecedented scale. The imperial household, with its 40,000 servants, required vast sums simply for daily operation. The postal relay system, vital for administrative control, maintained hundreds of thousands of horses requiring constant fodder. The military garrisons positioned throughout the realm demanded regular payment. Archaeological evidence from late Yuan dynasty administrative centres shows increasing sophistication in financial record-keeping, likely a response to mounting fiscal pressures. These economic strains manifested in policies that gradually undermined popular support for Yuan rule. Tax collection became increasingly aggressive. The issuance of paper currency, initially a brilliant financial innovation, evolved into a problematic dependence as the government printed more notes than its silver reserves could credibly back. By the late 1280s, inflation had become a serious problem in core provinces, eroding the purchasing power of government stipends and merchant revenues alike. Environmental factors compounded these challenges. The 1280s witnessed a series of natural disasters across East Asia, floods along the Yellow River, droughts in the southern provinces, and unusually harsh winters in the northern regions. Contemporary Chinese records describe these as heaven's disapproval of Yuan governance, reflecting growing ideological resistance to Mongol rule. Modern climate research suggests these events coincided with a cooling period that affected agricultural productivity across Eurasia, creating systemic pressures no ruler could have fully addressed. Kublai's personal response to these mounting difficulties reveals much about his character in these final years. Rather than retreating from his multicultural governance model, he doubled down on it, recruiting additional foreign experts, particularly Muslim financial administrators with experience managing complex economies. This decision, while pragmatically sound, further alienated Chinese elites who resented being passed over for these positions. The Khan's later military campaigns reflect a similar doubling down on established patterns despite diminishing returns. The Burmese expeditions of 1283 to 1285, while ultimately extracting tribute, required disproportionate resources for limited strategic gain. The Java campaign of 1293 stretched imperial logistics beyond sustainable limits. These operations suggest a ruler attempting to maintain the momentum of expansion, even as the core empire's foundation showed signs of strain. What's seldom appreciated about Kublai's final years is his apparent awareness of the contradictions in his position. Court records document increasing periods of withdrawal to his hunting lodge at Xanadu, where he would surround himself with Mongol companions and engage in traditional steppe practices. These retreats seem less recreational than restorative, attempts to reconnect with his cultural roots amid the increasingly complex demands of ruling a predominantly Chinese empire. The Khan's relationship with his chosen successor, Temür, who would rule as Emperor Chengzong, offers further insight into his late-life thinking. Unlike earlier Mongol transitions where potential heirs competed militarily for succession, Kublai arranged an orderly transfer of power through bureaucratic channels. He engaged Chinese ritual specialists to formalize Temür's position, creating documentary legitimacy that would withstand challenges. This approach represented a final embrace of Chinese administrative traditions over Mongol customary practices. By 1292, with his health clearly failing, Kublai faced rebellion in the southern Chinese provinces and growing unrest in his Mongolian homeland, where many traditional nobles resented his Sinicization. His response to these dual pressures was characteristically balanced, dispatching Chinese-style bureaucratic investigators to the south, while sending Mongol military commanders to reassert authority in the north. When Kublai Khan died in February 1294, he left behind an empire fundamentally transformed from what he had inherited. The cosmopolitan administrative state he constructed had permanently altered East Asian governance traditions. The commercial networks he fostered had created new patterns of trade that would outlast Yuan dynastic control. The cultural synthesis he embodied had demonstrated possibilities for multiculturalism that challenged traditional assumptions about ethnic and cultural boundaries. What ultimately undermined Kublai's imperial project was not any single policy failure, but the inherent tension between Mongol military power and Chinese administrative complexity. His personal charisma and cultural flexibility had temporarily bridged this divide, but sustaining this balance proved impossible for his successors. Within 3 decades of his death, natural disasters, economic mismanagement, and growing Chinese nationalism would combine to end Mongol rule in China. Yet Kublai's legacy extended far beyond the Yuan dynasty's relatively brief tenure. The administrative geography of modern China still reflects boundaries established under his rule. The concept of China as a multi-ethnic state rather than exclusively Han Chinese traces its roots to Yuan governance models. The integration of Central and East Asian cultural traditions that characterizes northern Chinese cuisine, architecture, and art finds many of its origins in the cultural policies of his reign. Perhaps most significantly, Kublai Khan's rule marked a pivotal moment in global history, when the world's largest land empire attempted to transform itself from a conquest state into a sustainable administrative system. The ultimate failure of this transformation in no way diminishes the ambition of the attempt or its lasting influence on subsequent political formations across Eurasia. As the winter winds swept across the steppes in 1294, they carried away a ruler unlike any before him, a man who had bridged worlds and reimagined what empire could mean. The great Khan was gone, but the world he had remade would never be the same.